Want to know if your Chinese skills are improving and what your real learning level is? Get your language skills assessed with our free level assessment test. Just click the link in the description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get assessed.
Hi, 大家好，我是林音如。Hi everyone, I'm Yinru Li. In this lesson, you will learn how to ask for something at a grocery store.
This is Ben Lee, and he's at a small grocery store. After finding something he likes, he points and says, "Give me that, please."
请给我那个。
Listen to the conversation. Focus on Ben's request. Ready?
请给我那个。
好，给您。
Once more with the English translation.
请给我那个。
Give me that, please.
好，给您。
Okay, here you go.
Let's take a closer look at how Ben asks for item without knowing its name.
Do you remember how Ben Lee says, "Give me that, please"?
请给我那个。
First is
请
please.
请
Here it's a polite word used at the beginning of a request. Next is
给我
give me.
给我
First is
给
to give.
给
After that is
我
translating as me in this context.
我
Together, the first part of the sentence is
请给我
please give me.
请给我
Pronunciation note. When there are 3 third tones in a row, the first 2 change to the second tone. Listen to the pronunciation again.
请给我请给我
Last is
那个
translating as that.
那个
Translation note.
那个
Could also translate as that one, as the second character is
个
which is a universal measure word.
个
Pronunciation note.
那
Can be pronounced as
那
or
那
is more colloquial and what is used here. Altogether,
请给我那个
literally, please give me that. Or in more natural English, give me that please.
请给我那个。
Do you remember how the shopkeeper says, "Okay, here you go"?
好，给您。
First is
好
literally good, but translates as okay in this context.
好
Next is
给您
translating as here you go.
给您
First is
给
to give.
给
Next is
您
the polite form of you.
您
As the clerk is talking to a customer, he uses
您
to show respect. In more casual cases, you may hear the more colloquial form of you.
你
Together,
给您
literally means give you, but in this case it translates as here you go.
给您
Altogether, the clerk responds with
好给您
okay, here you go.
好，给您。
The pattern is,
请给我 item，
give me item, please.
请给我 item，
To use this pattern, simply replace the item placeholder with the thing you want. Imagine you'd like some water.
水水水
Say, give me some water, please. Ready?
请给我水，
Give me some water, please.
请给我水。
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
请给我那个。请给我那个。
请给我水，请给我水。请给我水和香蕉。请给我水和香蕉。
请给我这个。请给我这个。
我要水，谢谢。我要水，谢谢。Did you notice how I used a different pattern? 我要水，谢谢。
Literally, I want water, thanks. But translating as, I'd like some water, thanks.
我要水，谢谢。
First is,
我
translating as I in this context.
我
Next is,
要
to want.
要
Last is,
水
water.
水
Finally, to make the request sound more polite, is
谢谢
thanks.
谢谢。
Altogether, it's
我要水，谢谢。
in Chinese, pointing at something and using the pattern I want is not considered rude. Actually, it's pretty common and colloquial. However, adding a
谢谢
thanks at the end of your request definitely makes the request more polite, as in the example.
我要水，谢谢。
I'd like some water, thanks. Let's review the key words.
水
Water,
水水。香蕉
banana,
香蕉香蕉。这个
this,
这个这个。和
and,
和和。
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say that? 那个那个 And how to say me? 我 Do you remember how to say to give? 给 Do you remember how Ben Lee says, "Give me that, please"?
请给我那个。
请给我那个。Do you remember how the clerk says, "Okay"? 好，好。And the polite way to say you. 您，您。Do you remember how the clerk says, "Okay, here you go"?
好，给您。
好，给您。Do you remember how to say water? 水，水。And how to say this? 这个，这个。
Let's practice. Imagine you're Ben, and you're at the grocery store. Ask for some water. Ready?
请给我水。
好，给您。
Listen again and repeat.
请给我水。请给我水。
Let's try another. You see an item on the counter, but you don't know the name for it. Point and ask for this. Ready?
请给我这个。
好，给您。
Listen again and repeat.
请给我这个。请给我这个。
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Karen, and you see a cake you want to buy in the showcase behind the counter. Point and ask for that. Ready?
请给我那个。
好，给您。
Listen again and repeat.
请给我那个。请给我那个。
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try any time you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to ask for something at a grocery store in Chinese. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. Hi, 大家好，我是李英如。Hi everyone, I'm Yanru Li. In this lesson, you will learn how to ask if a store has something.
This is Sasha Lee. She's at a small grocery store and she wants to buy some salt. She gets the clerk's attention and says, "Hello, is there any salt?"
你好，有盐吗？
Listen to the conversation. Focus on Sasha's question. Ready?
你好，有盐吗？
有，在这里。
Once more with the English translation.
你好，有盐吗？
Hello, is there any salt?
有，在这里。
Yes, it's here.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Sasha asks, "Hello, is there any salt?"
你好，有盐吗？
First is
你好，
hello,
你好，你好，
In this case, the speaker uses this greeting to get the clerk's attention. Next is
有，
translating as there is in this case.
有，有，
Translation note
有，
can also translate as to have. After that is
盐，
salt.
盐，盐，
Together
有盐，
literally means there is salt. Last is the question marker
吗？吗？吗？吗？
turns a statement into a yes or no question. Together,
有盐吗？
literally, there is salt, but translates as, is there any salt?
有盐吗？
Translation note. This phrase can also translate as, do you have any salt? Altogether,
你好，有盐吗？
hello, is there any salt?
你好，有盐吗？
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how the clerk says, yes, it's here?
有，在这里。
The first part of the response is,
有，
which translates as yes in this context, as it answers the yes or no question containing the verb,
有，有盐吗？
is there any salt?
有，
Yes, there is salt. To answer a yes or no question in Chinese, always echo the verb or adjective that's used in the question. In this case,
有，
after this is,
在这里，
translating as it's here.
在这里，在这里，
This phrase has two parts. First is,
在
meaning at. It's used to locate things in this context.
在在
Next is,
这里，
here.
这里，这里，
Together,
在这里，
literally means at here, but translates as it's here.
在这里，
Note, the subject is omitted as it's understood in the context. Altogether,
有，在这里，
yes, it's here.
有，在这里。
The pattern is,
你好，有 item 吗？
hello, is there any item?
你好，有 item 吗？
To use this pattern, simply replace item with something else you're looking for. Imagine you're looking for milk.
牛奶，牛奶，牛奶，
Say, hello, is there any milk? Ready?
你好，有牛奶吗？
Hello, is there any milk?
你好，有牛奶吗？
Besides using 你好, another polite way to get someone's attention and start a question is to use 请问. 请问 literally means please ask, but translates as may I ask or excuse me when asking a question. 请问, 请问. For example, 请问有盐吗? Excuse me, is there any salt? In most cases, Chinese doesn't make a distinction between singular and plural nouns. You will use the same pattern when you're looking for salt, an apple, or a dozen apples. For example, 有苹果吗 can translate as Are there any apples? Or Is there an apple? Depending on the context. The English translation may alternate between singular and plural, but the Chinese pattern remains the same.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
你好，有盐吗？你好，有盐吗？
你好，有牛奶吗？你好，有牛奶吗？
你好，有苹果吗？你好，有苹果吗？
你好，有酱油吗？你好，有酱油吗？
你好，有没有糖？你好，有没有糖？ Did you notice how I used a different pattern? 你好，有没有糖？
Hello, is there any sugar?
你好，有没有糖？
The speaker uses
有没有？有没有？
means have or not have, or there is or there isn't in this context.
有没有？
First is
有
there is.
有
Next is
没有？
there isn't.
没有
Together,
有没有？
there is or there isn't.
有没有？
Note, for this
有没有？
pattern, you don't need the question marker
吗？
at the end of the question. After that is
糖
sugar.
糖糖。
Altogether,
你好，有没有糖？
literally, hello. Is there or isn't there any sugar? But translates as hello, is there any sugar?
你好，有没有糖？
The pattern is
你好，有没有 item？
hello, is there item? You should be aware of this, but for this lesson you won't need it. Let's review the new words.
牛奶
Milk,
牛奶牛奶。苹果
apple,
苹果苹果。酱油
soy sauce,
酱油酱油。糖
sugar,
糖糖。
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say hello? 你好你好 And how to say the question marking particle? 吗吗 Do you remember how to say salt? 盐盐 Do you remember how Sasha Lee asks, Hello, is there any salt?
你好，有盐吗？
你好，有盐吗？ Do you remember how to say here? 这里，这里。Do you remember how the clerk says, yes, it's here?
有，在这里。
有，在这里。Do you remember how to say apple? 苹果，苹果。And how to say soy sauce? 酱油，酱油。Do you remember how to say sugar? 糖，糖。
Let's practice. Imagine you're Sasha Lee, and you're at the grocery store. Get the shopkeeper's attention and ask if there is any sugar. Ready?
你好，有糖吗？
有，在这里。
Listen again and repeat.
你好，有糖吗？你好，有糖吗？
Now ask if there is any soy sauce. Ready?
你好，有酱油吗？
有，在这里。
Listen again and repeat.
你好，有酱油吗？你好，有酱油吗？
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Ben Lee. Ask if there are any apples. Ready?
你好，有苹果吗？
有，在这里。
Listen again and repeat.
你好，有苹果吗？你好，有苹果吗？
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try any time you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to ask if a store has something in Chinese. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. 大家好，我是李嫣如。Hi everyone, I'm Yanru Li. In this lesson, you will learn how to ask how much something costs.
This is Ben Lee, and he's shopping at a small grocery store. He sees a snack with no visible price tag and asks, "How much is this?"
这个多少钱？
Listen to the conversation. Focus on Ben's question. Ready?
这个多少钱？
2块。
Once more with the English translation.
这个多少钱？
How much is this?
2块。
2 kwai.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Ben, asks, "How much is this?"
这个多少钱？
Ben's question starts with
这个
this.
这个
This word can be divided into two parts. First is
这
this.
这
Pronunciation note.
这
Can be pronounced as
这
or
这
is more common in everyday speech. Next is
个
which is a universal measure word.
个
Together
这个
means this one or this.
这个
While
这个
can translate as this one or this, for this lesson we'll use this. After that is
多少钱
meaning how much money.
多少钱
The first part is
多少
how many or how much in this context.
多少多少
Note the literal meaning of the Chinese characters
多
many and
少
few. So you could think of it like a lot or a little money. But it translates as how much.
多少
Next is
钱
money.
钱
Together
多少钱
means how much money or how much.
多少钱
Altogether
这个多少钱
literally means this how much money, but translates as how much is this?
这个多少钱？
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how the shop clerk says 2 kwai?
2块
First is
两
2,
两
is used to say 2 when followed by a measure word.
两
Next is
块
which literally means chunk or piece, but is also used as a unit for Chinese money in colloquial speech.
块
Together
2块
means 2 kwai.
2块
Note, at the time of this lesson, 2 kwai buys a bottle of water. The pattern is
item 多少钱
how much is item?
item 多少钱
To use this pattern, simply replace the item placeholder with the thing you'd like to know the price of. Imagine you'd like to know the price of a coffee.
咖啡
Coffee.
咖啡
Ask, how much is a coffee? Ready?
咖啡多少钱？
How much is a coffee?
咖啡多少钱？
There are two ways to say the number 2. When used to represent the number 2, such as in counting or a phone number, the number 2 is pronounced as R. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When used to express quantity, use 2 plus a measure word to say 2 of something. For example, 2块, 2块。2个蛋糕 2 cakes。2杯咖啡 2 cups of coffee。
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
这个多少钱？这个多少钱？
咖啡多少钱？咖啡多少钱？蛋糕多少钱？蛋糕多少钱？
那个多少钱？那个多少钱？
多少钱？多少钱？ Did you notice how I omitted 这个？多少钱？
How much? When you're asking how much something is, and it's understood what you're speaking about. For example, when asking by pointing at something, you can omit the subject. The pattern is,
多少钱？
you should be aware of this pattern, but for this lesson, we'll use the sentence pattern,
item 多少钱？
how much is item. Let's review the new words.
咖啡
Coffee,
咖啡咖啡蛋糕
cake,
蛋糕蛋糕那个
that,
那个那个
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say money? 钱 钱 And how to say how much? 多少多少 Do you remember how Bentley asks, how much is this?
这个多少钱？
这个多少钱 Do you remember how to say to when it's followed by a measure word? 两两 Do you remember how the clerk says 2块
2块。
2块 Do you remember how to say coffee? 咖啡咖啡 And how to say cake? 蛋糕蛋糕 Do you remember how to say that? 那个那个
Let's practice. Imagine you're Ben, and you're at a farmer's market, where many items have no price tag. You'd like to try a snack close to the listener. Ask the price using the word for that. Ready?
那个多少钱？
5块。
Listen again and repeat.
那个多少钱？ 那个多少钱？
Let's try another. Imagine they're also selling artisan coffee. Ask for the price of a coffee. Ready?
咖啡多少钱？
10块。
Listen again and repeat.
咖啡多少钱？咖啡多少钱？
Let's try one more. Ask for the price of a cake. Ready?
蛋糕多少钱？
8块。
Listen again and repeat.
蛋糕多少钱？蛋糕多少钱？
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try any time you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to ask the price of something in Chinese. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. 大家好，我是李嫣如. Hi everyone, I'm Yanru Li. In this lesson, you will learn how to order at a restaurant.
This is Mark Lee, and he's at a restaurant with his wife. Mark says to the waiter, "Waiter, I'd like some water, thanks."
服务员，我要水，谢谢。
Listen to the conversation and focus on Mark's request. Ready?
服务员，我要水，谢谢。
好，马上来。
Once more with the English translation.
服务员，我要水，谢谢。
Waiter, I'd like some water, thanks.
好，马上来。
Okay, coming right away.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Mark asks for water? Waiter, I'd like some water, thanks.
服务员，我要水，谢谢。
First is
服务员，
meaning waiter or waitress, depending on the context.
服务员，服务员，
In this case, Mark Lee is calling Han Hu. So
服务员，
we'll translate as waiter. Next is
我，
I.
我，
After that is
要，
would like, in this context.
要，
Translation note.
要，
Can also translate as to want. We'll use would like for this conversation. Next is
水，
water.
水，
Last is
谢谢，
thanks.
谢谢。
Altogether,
服务员，我要水，谢谢。
waiter, I'd like some water, thanks.
服务员，我要水，谢谢。
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember the waiter's response? Okay, coming right away.
好，马上来。
First is
好，
okay in this context. It's used to show agreement with the speaker's request.
好，好，
The second part of the response is
马上来，
it can be divided into two parts. First is
马上，
right away or immediately.
马上，马上，
Next is
来，
to come.
来，来，
Together,
马上来，
literally means right away come, but translates as coming right away.
马上来，
Altogether,
好，马上来，
okay, coming right away.
好，马上来。
The pattern is
我要 item， 谢谢，
I'd like item thanks.
我要 item， 谢谢，
To use this pattern, simply replace the item placeholder with the object you are requesting. Imagine you'd like some coffee.
咖啡，咖啡，咖啡，
Say, I'd like some coffee, thanks. Ready?
我要咖啡，谢谢。
I'd like some coffee, thanks.
我要咖啡，谢谢。
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
我要水，谢谢。我要水，谢谢。
我要咖啡，谢谢。我要咖啡，谢谢。
我要炒饭，谢谢。我要炒饭，谢谢。
我要菜单，谢谢。我要菜单，谢谢。
我要一个勺子。我要一个勺子。Did you notice I used a different pattern? 我要一个勺子。
I'd like a spoon. First is
我，
I.
我
After that is
要，
would like.
要
Let's move to the end of the sentence.
勺子，
Spoon.
勺子，勺子，
Before this is
一个，
meaning one of something.
一个，一个，
In this case,
一个勺子，
one spoon.
一个勺子，一个，
Has two parts. First is the number one.
一，一，一，
After that is the general measure word.
个，个，个，
In Chinese, you'll need a measure word after the number and before the noun when talking about a certain number of things. The measure word varies depending on the type of object. For this lesson, we'll use the general measure word.
个，
Together,
一个，
one of something.
一个，一个，
Pronunciation note. When
一
is followed by a fourth tone. It changes from the first tone to the second tone. Listen to the pronunciation again.
一个，一个，
All together.
我要一个勺子。
I'd like 1 spoon. But in more natural English, I'd like a spoon.
我要一个勺子。
Let's review the new words.
咖啡，
Coffee,
咖啡，咖啡。炒饭，
fried rice,
炒饭，炒饭。菜单，
menu,
菜单，菜单。勺子，
spoon,
勺子，勺子。
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say waiter or waitress? 服务员，服务员。And how to say water? 水，水。Do you remember how to say I? 我，我。And how to say thanks? 谢谢，谢谢。Do you remember how Mark says, "Waiter, I'd like some water, thanks."
服务员，我要水，谢谢。
服务员，我要水，谢谢。Do you remember how to say come? 来，来。And how to say coming right away? 马上来，马上来。Do you remember how the waiter says, "Okay, coming right away"?
好，马上来。
好，马上来。Do you remember how to say coffee? 咖啡，咖啡。And how to say fried rice? 炒饭，炒饭。Do you remember how to say menu? 菜单，菜单。
Let's practice. Imagine you're Karen Lee, and you're at a restaurant. Get the waiter's attention and order a coffee. Ready?
服务员，我要咖啡，谢谢。
好，马上来。
Listen again and repeat.
服务员，我要咖啡，谢谢。服务员，我要咖啡，谢谢。
Let's try another. Ask the waiter for some fried rice. Ready?
服务员，我要炒饭，谢谢。
好， 马上来。
Listen again and repeat.
服务员，我要炒饭，谢谢。服务员，我要炒饭，谢谢。
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Mark Lee, and you'd like a menu. Ready?
服务员，我要菜单，谢谢。
好，马上来。
Listen again and repeat.
服务员，我要菜单，谢谢。服务员，我要菜单，谢谢。
In this lesson, we used 服务员 to get the waiter's attention. It's not rude to address waiters or waitresses this way, although it may be considered old-fashioned. Another polite way to get the waiter's attention is simply to say 你好, hello, 你好. For example, if you're ready for the bill, you can start with 你好, then add 买单, bill, together. 你好, 买单. It literally means hello, buying the bill, but translates as hello, bill please. 你好, 买单. This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try any time you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to order at a restaurant in Chinese. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. 大家好，我是李嫣如. Hi everyone, I'm Yanru Li. In this lesson, you'll learn how to order two or more of something while pointing.
This is Karen Lee, and she's waiting in line at a coffee shop with her husband. The barista turns to Karen and says, "What would you like?"
您要什么？
Listen to the conversation and focus on Karen's response. Ready?
您要什么？
2份这个，
Once more with the English translation.
您要什么？
What would you like?
2份这个，
Two of these.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how the waiter says, "What would you like?"
您要什么？
First is
您
the formal you, when addressing people of higher social status, such as seniors and customers.
您
Next is
要
to want, or to need, but translating as would like in this context.
要
After that is
什么
what.
什么
Together,
您要什么
literally, you want what, but translates as what would you like?
您要什么？
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Karen says, two of these?
2份这个，
First is
2
two. This way of saying the number two is used before a measure word.
2 两
Next is
份
a measure word meaning serving or order.
份
Together,
两份
2 orders.
两份
After that is
这个
this.
这个
Pronunciation note.
这个
Can be pronounced as
这个
or
这个
is more common in everyday speech. Altogether,
两份这个
2 orders of these. But in more natural English, 2 of these.
两份这个
Note, this pattern is the shortened form of
我要两份这个
I would like 2 of these.
我要两份这个我
I,
我
after that is
要
would like in this context.
要
The speaker omits,
我要
as it is understood from the conversation.
两份这个
The pattern is
number 份这个
number of these.
number 份这个
To use this pattern, simply replace the number placeholder with the number of items you're requesting. Imagine you'd like 3 of something you don't know the Chinese word for. 3.
三
Say, 3 of these. Ready?
3份这个
3 of these.
3份这个
When talking about a specific number of things in Chinese, not only do you need a number, but also a measure word before the noun. For example, in our dialogue, we use the number 两, 2, plus the measure word 份, order, before the item. In Chinese, there are hundreds of measure words for different types of things. A good measure word to start with for beginners is 个, which is a general measure word that goes with almost everything. For example, 一个面包, one piece of bread. 两个香蕉, 2 bananas. Or 三个这个, 3 of these.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
两份这个两份这个
3份这个3份这个
4份这个4份这个
1份这个1份这个
要2份这个和1份这个。要2份这个和1份这个。Did you notice how I used a different pattern? 要2份这个和1份这个。
I would like 2 of these and 1 of these. First is
要
a shortened form of
我要
I'd like.
要
The speaker omitted the subject,
我
I, and used only the verb
要
would like.
要2份这个，
I'd like 2 of these.
要2份这个，
When pointing out multiple items, you can join them with the conjunction
和
meaning and.
和
Pronunciation note: when
一
1 is followed by a fourth tone, it changes to the second tone,
一
such as
一份
here is the variation pattern.
要 number 份这个和 number 份这个，
I'd like number of these and number of these. You should be aware of this pattern, but you won't need it for this lesson. Let's review the key vocabulary.
4
4,
4 3
3,
3 1
1,
1
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say the measure word for order or serving? 份 And how to say 2 orders of something? 2份 And do you remember how Karen Lee says 2 of these?
2份这个，
2份这个 Do you remember how to say what? 什么 And the polite way to say you. 年 Do you remember how the waiter says, "What would you like?"
您要什么？
您要什么 Do you remember how to say 3? 3 And how to say 4? 4 Do you remember how to say 1? 1
Let's practice. Imagine you're Ben Lee, and you're at the coffee shop with 2 friends. Order 3 of these. Ready?
您要什么？
3份这个，
Listen again and repeat.
3份这个， 3份这个，
Let's try another. Imagine you're Sasha Lee, and you're at the coffee shop with 3 friends. Order for 4 people. Ready?
您要什么？
4份这个，
Listen again and repeat.
4份这个4份这个
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Mark Lee, and you're by yourself. Order one of something by saying, one of these. Ready?
您要什么？
一份这个，
Listen again and repeat.
一份这个，一份这个。
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try any time you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to order 2 or more of something in Chinese. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. 大家好，我是李嫣如. Hi everyone, I'm Yanru Li. In this lesson, you will learn how to give your email address.
This is Karen Lee, and she's at City Hall registering her address. The civil servant who is helping her asks, "What is your email address?"
您的邮箱地址是什么？
Listen to the conversation and focus on the response. Ready?
您的邮箱地址是什么？
我的邮箱地址是 karen@yinnolan.com。
Once more with the English translation.
您的邮箱地址是什么？
What is your email address?
我的邮箱地址是 karen@yinnolan.com。
My email address is karen@inolang.com.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how the civil servant asks, "What is your email address?"
您的邮箱地址是什么？
First is
您的
your.
您的
This starts with
您
you when using formal Chinese.
您
Is often used to show respect to a person, such as a senior citizen or a customer.
您
Now, you might be more familiar with
你
meaning you.
你
As this is a city office setting, the speaker chooses to use the more formal.
您
Next is
的
the possessive marking particle.
的
Think of
的
as a way to indicate possession. The word it follows possesses the thing that comes after it. In this sentence, it marks
您
you as the possessor. Together, it's
您的
a formal way to say your.
您的
Next is
邮箱地址
email address.
邮箱地址邮箱地址
There are 2 parts to this. First is
邮箱
literally mailbox, but it refers to the electronic mailbox in this context.
邮箱邮箱
Next is
地址
address.
地址地址
Together it's
邮箱地址，
email address.
邮箱地址，
Remember this because you'll see it again in Karen's response. Next is,
是
in this case, it's like the is in what is your email address?
是
Last is
什么
what?
什么什么？
Altogether it's
您的邮箱地址是什么？
this literally means your email address is what, but translates as what is your email address?
您的邮箱地址是什么？
Remember this request. You'll hear it again later.
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Karen says, my email address is karen@inolang.com?
我的邮箱地址是 karen@inolan.com。
First is
我的
my.
我的
This starts with
我
I.
我
After this is
的
the possessive marking particle.
的
Together it's
我的
my.
我的
Next, do you remember the word for email address?
邮箱地址
Email address.
邮箱地址
Together,
我的邮箱地址
my email address.
我的邮箱地址
Next is,
是
here it's like the is in my email address is.
是
Next is Karen's email address.
karen@inolan.com
First is the name Karen spelled out.
karen
Next is the @ sign, usually pronounced as
艾特
Next is Inolang. Most Chinese people would pronounce it as
inolan
After that is
点
dot.
点
Note, in North China, people tend to put an ER sound after the final syllable of many words. So in a northern accent,
点
would be pronounced as
点儿
Last is com, usually pronounced as
com
Together, Karen's email address is
karen@inolan.com
Altogether it's
我的邮箱地址是 karen@inolan.com
My email address is karen@inolang.com.
我的邮箱地址是 karen@inolan.com。
The pattern is
我的邮箱地址是 email address
my email address is email address.
我的邮箱地址是 email address.
To use this pattern, simply replace the email address placeholder with your email address. Imagine your email address is
liping@ignoland.com.
Say, my email address is liping@inolang.com. Ready?
我的邮箱地址是 liping@inlowland.com。
My email address is liping@inolang.com.
我的邮箱地址是 liping@inlowland.com。
In China, Mandarin is often referred to as 普通话, meaning common dialect or common tongue, and almost everyone in China speaks it. Apart from this common dialect, there are over 200 local dialects in China. People from different parts of China are likely to have a variety of accents when speaking Mandarin and foreign languages. The way English letters and words are pronounced in this lesson may be different depending on where the speaker is from. When having difficulty understanding someone in Chinese or English, such as when getting someone's email address, it's better to double-check with the person you're speaking with to make sure you understood correctly.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
我的邮箱地址是 karen@innoland.com。
我的邮箱地址是 liping@inlowland.com。
我的邮箱地址是 ben@innolang.com。
我的邮箱地址是 lin@inlowland.com。
我的电子邮箱是 yl@innoland.com. Did you notice how I gave my email address? 我的电子邮箱是 yl@innoland.com.
My email address is yl@inolang.com. Instead of
邮箱地址
the speaker said,
电子邮箱
which literally means electronic mailbox, but translates as email.
电子邮箱
The pattern is
我的电子邮箱是 email address.
my email is email address.
我的电子邮箱是 email address.
This can be shortened even further.
yl@innoland.com.
The entire first part,
我的电子邮箱是
my email is omitted here because it's clear from the context the speaker is giving their email. This is the shortest answer to a request to get your email address. You should be aware of this sentence pattern. But for this lesson, we use the pattern.
我的邮箱地址是 email address.
My email address is email address.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say come? Come. Come. And how to say .com. 点 com. 点 com. Do you remember how to say inolan.com? inolan.com. inolan.com. Do you remember how to say the @ sign? @. And how to spell Karen? Karen. Karen. Do you remember how to say email address? 邮箱地址 邮箱地址 And how to say my email address? 我的邮箱地址我的邮箱地址 Do you remember how Karen says, my email address is karen@inoline.com?
我的邮箱地址是 karen@inolan.com。
我的邮箱地址是 karen@inoline.com. Do you remember how to say what? 什么什么 And the formal way to say your. 您的您的 Do you remember the formal way to say your email address? 您的邮箱地址您的邮箱地址 Do you remember how the civil servant asks, what is your email address?
您的邮箱地址是什么？
您的邮箱地址是什么？
Let's practice. Imagine you're Mark Lee, and your email address is
mark@inolan.com.
Respond to the civil servant's request. Ready?
您的邮箱地址是什么？
我的邮箱地址是 mark@inolan.com。
Listen again and repeat.
我的邮箱地址是 mark@inolan.com。 我的邮箱地址是 mark@inolan.com。
Let's try another. Imagine you're Sasha.
SASHA
Ready?
您的邮箱地址是什么？
我的邮箱地址是 sasha@inolan.com。
Listen again and repeat.
我的邮箱地址是 sasha@inolan.com。我的邮箱地址是 sasha@inolan.com。
Let's try one more. Imagine your haitao.
HAITAO。
Ready?
您的邮箱地址是什么？
我的邮箱地址是 haitao@inolan.com。
Listen again and repeat.
我的邮箱地址是 haitao@inolan.com。 我的邮箱地址是 haitao@inolan.com。
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try any time you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to give your email address in Chinese. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. 大家好，我是李嫣如。Hi everyone, I'm Yanru Li. In this lesson, you'll learn how to talk about your hobbies in Chinese.
This is Haoran Huang. He's talking to his neighbor, Jason Shu, in the lobby. They're having a conversation, and Haoran asks, "What do you like to do?"
你喜欢做什么？
Listen to the conversation and focus on the response. Ready?
你喜欢做什么？
我喜欢钓鱼。
Once more with the English translation.
你喜欢做什么？
What do you like to do?
我喜欢钓鱼。
I like to fish.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Haoran Huang asks, "What do you like to do?"
你喜欢做什么？
First is
你
you.
你
Next is
喜欢
like, as in you like.
喜欢
After this is
做
to do.
做
Last is
什么
meaning what.
什么 什么？
Altogether,
你喜欢做什么？
literally, you like to do what? But it translates as, what do you like to do?
你喜欢做什么？
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Jason Shute says, I like to fish?
我喜欢钓鱼。
First is
我
I.
我
Next is
喜欢
like, as in I like.
喜欢
Last is
钓鱼
to fish.
钓鱼钓鱼。
Altogether,
我喜欢钓鱼。
I like to fish.
我喜欢钓鱼。
The pattern is
我喜欢 activity。
I like activity.
我喜欢 activity。
To use this pattern, simply replace the verb placeholder with an activity you like to do. Imagine you like to swim.
游泳游泳游泳。
Say, I like to swim. Ready?
我喜欢游泳。
I like to swim.
我喜欢游泳。
This pattern can also be used with verb phrases. 我喜欢 activity. For example, to play basketball. 打篮球。
First is
打
to play in this context.
打篮球
Basketball.
篮球打篮球
To play basketball.
打篮球。
我喜欢打篮球。
I like to play basketball. Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
我喜欢钓鱼。我喜欢钓鱼。
我喜欢游泳。我喜欢游泳。
我喜欢打篮球。我喜欢打篮球。
我喜欢旅游。我喜欢旅游。我爱做饭。我爱做饭。
Did you notice how the last speaker uses a different pattern?
我爱做饭。
I love cooking. First is
我
I.
我
Next is
爱
love.
爱
Last is
做饭
to cook.
做饭。
Altogether,
我爱做饭。
I love cooking.
我爱做饭。
This pattern is
我爱 activity。
I love activity.
我爱 activity。
You should be aware of this, but for this lesson, we'll use the pattern.
我喜欢 activity。
I like activity.
我喜欢 activity。
Let's review the new words.
打篮球。
To play basketball.
打篮球。打篮球。旅游。
To travel.
旅游。旅游。游泳。
To swim.
游泳。游泳。
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say to fish? 钓鱼。钓鱼。And how to say I? 我。我。Do you remember how Jason Xu says, I like to fish?
我喜欢钓鱼。
我喜欢钓鱼。Do you remember how to say what? 什么。什么。And how to say to do? 做。做。Do you remember how to say you? 你。你。Do you remember how Hao Ran Huang asks, what do you like to do?
你喜欢做什么？
你喜欢做什么？ Do you remember how to say to swim? 游泳。游泳。And how to say to play basketball? 打篮球。打篮球。Do you remember how to say to travel? 旅游。旅游。
Let's practice. Imagine you're Hao Ran Huang, and you like to play basketball. Respond to the question. Ready?
你喜欢做什么？
我喜欢打篮球。
Listen again and repeat.
我喜欢打篮球。我喜欢打篮球。
Let's try another. Imagine you're Yi Yang, and you like to travel. Ready?
你喜欢做什么？
我喜欢旅游。
Listen again and repeat.
我喜欢旅游。 我喜欢旅游。
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Wei Wang, and you like to swim. Ready?
你喜欢做什么？
我喜欢游泳。
Listen again and repeat.
我喜欢游泳。我喜欢游泳。
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try any time you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to talk about your hobbies in Chinese. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to use when talking with friends. After watching this video, you'll be able to have a casual conversation with a friend, and to say something is super. Now, let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
嘿，看那台车！哇，超酷！
Once more with the English translation.
嘿，看那台车！
Hey, look at that car.
哇，超酷！
Wow, that's super cool. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, Hey, look at that car. That's,
嘿，看那台车！
listen to it again.
嘿，看那台车！嘿，看那台车！
Now, how do you respond to this? First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, wow. That's,
哇，哇，
then you'll need to learn how to say, that's super adjective. The pattern is
超，
adjective. That's super adjective. For example, that's super cool.
超酷，超酷！
Here are a few more words you can use with the same pattern to talk about something. Cool,
酷，酷，
cool,
酷，
beautiful,
美，美，
beautiful,
美，
new,
新，新，
new,
新，
nice,
好，好，
nice.
好。
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
嘿，看那台车，超美！
Hey, look at that car.
嘿，看那台车，
That's super beautiful.
超美！ 嘿，看那台车，超新！
Hey, look at that car.
嘿，看那台车，
That's super new.
超新！ 嘿，看那台车，超好！
Hey, look at that car.
嘿， 看那台车，
That's super nice.
超好。
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, "Hey, look at that car"?
嘿，看那台车，
Imagine you want to say something is super beautiful. Do you remember how to say beautiful?
美，美，
Say, "That's super beautiful."
超美。
Now respond using beautiful.
嘿，看那台车， 超美。
Now imagine you want to say something is super new. Do you remember how to say new?
新，新，
Say, "That's super new."
超新。
Now respond using new.
嘿，看那台车， 超新。
Now imagine you want to say something is super nice. Do you remember how to say nice?
好，好。
Say, "That's super nice."
超好。
Now respond using nice.
嘿，看那台车， 超好。
Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to answer the question, what are you doing? After watching this video, you'll be able to answer this question and tell someone something about what you're writing. Now let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
你在做什么？
我在写我的日记。
Once more with the English translation.
你在做什么？
What are you doing?
我在写我的日记。
I'm writing my journal. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, "What are you doing?" That's,
你在做什么？
listen to it again.
你在做什么？你在做什么？
This Chinese sentence literally translates as, "You are doing what?" But it means, "What are you doing?" Now, how do you answer this question? The pattern is
我在写，
object. I'm writing object. For example, I'm writing my journal.
我在写我的日记。我在写我的日记。
Here are a few more phrases you can use with the same pattern. My journal.
我的日记。我的日记。
My journal.
我的日记。
My goals.
我的目标。我的目标。
My goals.
我的目标。
My dreams.
我的梦想。 我的梦想，
My dreams.
我的梦想，
A to-do list.
任务清单，任务清单，
A to-do list.
任务清单。
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
你在做什么？
我在写我的目标。
What are you doing?
你在做什么？
I'm writing my goals.
我在写我的目标。
你在做什么？
我在写我的梦想。
What are you doing?
你在做什么？
I'm writing my dreams.
我在写我的梦想。
你在做什么？
我在写任务清单。
What are you doing?
你在做什么？
I'm writing a to-do list.
我在写任务清单。
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, "What are you doing?"
你在做什么？
Imagine you're writing your goals. Do you remember how to say, "My goals"?
我的目标，我的目标。
Say, "I'm writing my goals."
我在写我的目标。
Now answer the question saying you're writing your goals.
你在做什么？
我在写我的目标。
Now imagine you're writing your dreams. Do you remember how to say, "My dreams"?
我的梦想，我的梦想。
Say, "I'm writing my dreams."
我在写我的梦想。
Now, answer the question saying you're writing your dreams.
你在做什么？
我在写我的梦想。
Now, imagine you're writing a to-do list. Do you remember how to say, "A to-do list"?
任务清单，任务清单。
Say, "I'm writing a to-do list."
我在写任务清单。
Now, answer the question saying you're writing a to-do list.
你在做什么？
我在写任务清单。
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use to talk about what you're writing about. You're now able to talk about your writing like a native speaker. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to answer the question, what are you going to talk about? After watching this video, you'll be able to answer this question and introduce a topic to give a simple speech. Now let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
你要讲什么？
我要讲我的爱好。
Once more with the English translation.
你要讲什么？
What are you going to talk about?
我要讲我的爱好。
I'm going to talk about my hobbies. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, What are you going to talk about? That's
你要讲什么？
Listen to it again.
你要讲什么？你要讲什么？
This Chinese sentence literally translates as, You want to talk what? But it means, What are you going to talk about? Now, how do you answer this question? The pattern is
我要讲
topic. I'm going to talk about topic. For example, I'm going to talk about my hobbies.
我要讲我的爱好。我要讲我的爱好。
Here are a few more topics you can use with the same pattern. My hobbies.
我的爱好。我的爱好。
My hobbies.
我的爱好。
My favorite food.
我最喜欢的食物。我最喜欢的食物。
My favorite food.
我最喜欢的食物。
My favorite place.
我最喜欢的地方。我最喜欢的地方。
My favorite place.
我最喜欢的地方。
My favorite book.
我最喜欢的书。我最喜欢的书。
My favorite book.
我最喜欢的书。
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
你要讲什么？
我要讲我最喜欢的食物。
What are you going to talk about?
你要讲什么？
I'm going to talk about my favorite food.
我要讲我最喜欢的食物。
你要讲什么？
我要讲我最喜欢的地方。
What are you going to talk about?
你要讲什么？
I'm going to talk about my favorite place.
我要讲我最喜欢的地方。
你要讲什么？
我要讲我最喜欢的书。
What are you going to talk about?
你要讲什么？
I'm going to talk about my favorite book.
我要讲我最喜欢的书。
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, What are you going to talk about?
你要讲什么？
Imagine you're going to talk about your favorite food. Do you remember how to say, My favorite food?
我最喜欢的食物。我最喜欢的食物。
Say, I'm going to talk about my favorite food.
「我要讲我最喜欢的食物。
Now, answer the question saying you're going to talk about your favorite food.
你要讲什么？
我要讲我最喜欢的食物。
Now, imagine you're going to talk about your favorite place. Do you remember how to say, My favorite place?
我最喜欢的地方。我最喜欢的地方。
Say, I'm going to talk about my favorite place.
我要讲我最喜欢的地方。
Now, answer the question saying you're going to talk about your favorite place.
你要讲什么？
我要讲我最喜欢的地方。
Now, imagine you're going to talk about your favorite book. Do you remember how to say, my favorite book?
我最喜欢的书。我最喜欢的书。
Say, I'm going to talk about my favorite book.
我要讲我最喜欢的书。
Now, answer the question saying you're going to talk about your favorite book.
你要讲什么？
我要讲我最喜欢的书。
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use in your everyday life to give a simple speech. You're now able to introduce a topic like a native speaker. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to comment on a joke. After watching this video, you'll be able to compliment or criticize anyone on their sense of humor. Now let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
哈哈，你太逗了。
Once more with the English translation.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems.
哈哈，你太逗了。
Haha, you're so funny. First of all, let's listen to the joke again. Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems. That's
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
Listen to it again.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
Now, how do you react to a joke? First, you'll need to learn how to say ha ha. That's
哈哈，哈哈。
Then you'll need to learn how to say you're so adjective. The pattern is
你太
adjective.
了。
This Chinese sentence literally translates as you too adjective, but it means you're so adjective. For example, you're so funny.
你太逗了。你太逗了。
Here are a few more words you can use with the same pattern. Funny,
逗，逗，
funny,
逗，
awesome,
棒，棒，
awesome,
棒，
boring,
无聊，无聊，
boring,
无聊，
strange,
奇怪，奇怪，
strange.
奇怪。
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
你太棒了。
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
You're so awesome.
你太棒了。
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
你太无聊了。
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
You're so boring.
你太无聊了。
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
你太奇怪了。
Why is the math book sad? Because it has so many problems.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
You're so strange.
你太奇怪了。
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember what the joke was?
"为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
Imagine you think it was awesome. Do you remember how to say awesome?
棒，棒。
Say, you're so awesome.
你太棒了。
Now, react to the joke, saying the other person is awesome.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
你太棒了。
Now imagine you think it was boring. Do you remember how to say boring?
无聊，无聊。
Say, you're so boring.
你太无聊了。
Now, react to the joke, saying the other person is boring.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
你太无聊了。
Now, imagine you think it was strange. Do you remember how to say strange?
奇怪，奇怪。
Say, you're so strange.
你太奇怪了。
Now react to the joke, saying the other person is strange.
为什么数学书很伤心？因为它有太多问题。
你太奇怪了。
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use in your everyday life to compliment or criticize anyone on their sense of humor. You're now able to comment on a joke like a native speaker. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to answer the question, what are you good at? After watching this video, you'll be able to talk about what you're good at doing. Now let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
你擅长什么？
我擅长语言。
Once more with the English translation.
你擅长什么？
What are you good at?
我擅长语言。
I'm good at languages. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, what are you good at? That's,
你擅长什么？
listen to it again.
你擅长什么？你擅长什么？
This Chinese sentence literally translates as, you good at what? But it means, what are you good at? Now, how do you answer this question? The pattern is,
我擅长。
skill. This Chinese sentence literally translates as, I good at skill. But it means, I'm good at skill. For example, I'm good at languages.
我擅长语言。我擅长语言。
Here are a few more phrases you can use with the same pattern to talk about your skills. Languages.
语言。语言。
Languages.
语言。
Sales.
销售。销售。
Sales.
销售。
Typing.
打字。打字。
Typing.
打字。
Video editing.
视频编辑。视频编辑。
Video editing.
视频编辑。
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
你擅长什么？
我擅长销售。
What are you good at?
你擅长什么？
I'm good at sales.
我擅长销售。
你擅长什么？
我擅长打字。
What are you good at?
你擅长什么？
I'm good at typing.
我擅长打字。
你擅长什么？
我擅长视频编辑。
What are you good at?
你擅长什么？
I'm good at video editing.
我擅长视频编辑。
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, what are you good at?
"你擅长什么？
Imagine you're good at sales. Do you remember how to say sales?
销售。销售。
Say, I'm good at sales.
我擅长销售。
Now, answer the question saying you're good at sales.
你擅长什么？
我擅长销售。
Now, imagine you're good at typing. Do you remember how to say typing?
打字。 打字。
Say, I'm good at typing.
我擅长打字。
Now answer the question saying you're good at typing.
你擅长什么？
我擅长打字。
Now imagine you're good at video editing. Do you remember how to say video editing?
视频编辑。视频编辑。
Say, I'm good at video editing.
我擅长视频编辑。
Now answer the question saying you're good at video editing.
你擅长什么？
我擅长视频编辑。
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use in your everyday life to talk about your abilities. You're now able to say you're good at something like a native speaker. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to use when apologizing to someone. After watching this video, you'll be able to apologize and say what you're apologizing for. Now let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
对不起，我迟到了。
没关系。
Once more with the English translation.
对不起，我迟到了。
I'm sorry for being late.
没关系。
Don't worry about it. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, I'm sorry for reason. The pattern is
对不起，我
reason.
了。
This Chinese sentence literally translates as, sorry, I reason. But it means, I'm sorry for reason. For example, I'm sorry for being late.
对不起，我迟到了。对不起，我迟到了。
Now, how do you respond that it's okay?
没关系。
Listen to it again.
没关系。没关系。
This Chinese sentence literally translates as, no matter. But it means, don't worry about it. Here are a few more phrases you can use with the same pattern to apologize. Being late.
迟到。迟到。
Being late.
迟到。
Lying to you.
对你撒谎。对你撒谎。
Lying to you.
对你撒谎。
Hurting your feelings.
伤你的感情。伤你的感情。
Hurting your feelings.
伤你的感情。
Making you mad.
让你生气。让你生气。
Making you mad.
让你生气。
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
对不起，我对你撒谎了。
没关系。
I'm sorry for lying to you.
对不起，我对你撒谎了。
Don't worry about it.
没关系。
对不起，我伤你的感情了。
没关系。
I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
对不起，我伤你的感情了。
Don't worry about it.
没关系，
对不起，我让你生气了。
没关系，
I'm sorry for making you mad.
对不起，我让你生气了。
Don't worry about it.
没关系，
Now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, I'm sorry for reason?
对不起，我
Reason.
了。
And how do you respond to it?
没关系，
Imagine you want to apologize because you told a lie to someone. Do you remember how to say lying to you?
对你撒谎，对你撒谎。
Say, I'm sorry for lying to you.
对不起，我对你撒谎了。
Now say you're sorry for lying and respond to it.
对不起，我对你撒谎了。
没关系，
Now imagine you want to apologize because you hurt someone's feelings. Do you remember how to say hurting your feelings?
伤你的感情，伤你的感情。
Say, I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
对不起，我伤你的感情了。
Now say you're sorry for hurting someone's feelings and respond to it.
对不起，我伤你的感情了。
没关系，
Now imagine you want to apologize because you made someone mad. Do you remember how to say making you mad?
让你生气，让你生气。
Say, I'm sorry for making you mad.
对不起，我让你生气了。
Now say you're sorry for making someone mad and respond to it.
对不起，我让你生气了。
没关系。
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use in your everyday life to apologize to someone. You are now able to apologize and forgive someone like a native speaker.
Hi, 大家好，我是李音如. Hi everyone, my name is Yinru Li. In this lesson, we'll look at way to say hello and goodbye at different times of the day in Chinese. Well, I'm sure for many of you, your very first Chinese word was 你好, right? 你好. Yes, 你好 is a very standard Chinese greeting which translates to hello, 你好, 你好, 你好. But here are some facts about 你好 you should know. Number one, 你好 is a relatively more formal greeting. So we use 你好 with someone we just met or someone we don't know really well yet. Okay, 你好. Now the second fact about 你好 is that 你好 can be used any time of the day or even at night, around the clock. 你好 is good. Okay, now the third fact about 你好 is that when we break down 你好, 你, first character 你 means you, and 好 means good. So literally 你好 is you good. 你好. And this second word 好 is also found in many other greetings such as 早上好早上好 As we know, 好 means good, and 早上 means morning, and more specifically, early morning. 早上好 So 早上好 is used to say good morning. 早上好 And we use 早上好 roughly between sunrise to about 10 o'clock in the morning, the earlier part of the morning. We can use 早上好 Now, if you're in a hurry or if you want to sound a little more friendly and less formal, you can use the shortened form of 早上好, which is 早, one word, 早. 早 literally means early, but when used as a greeting, 早 means morning. So, 早上好 and 早. Now, if we combine this greeting word 好 good with another time period, another time of the day, 晚上, which means evening or night. 晚上好 is used to say good evening. So we can use 晚上好, of course, at night. So probably between sunset to midnight or even later. 晚上好. Now, one thing I'd like to mention is that 你好早上好 and 晚上好, these three greetings are all pretty formal. So you may not be using them with your close friends or colleagues, classmates on a daily basis, but it's great to use with people of higher social status than you, such as your boss, your teacher, your customers, and it's good to use with a group of people, such as in a meeting. All right, now let's look at some parting expressions. You know, all good things come to an end. We always have to say goodbye. Now, here are some standard ways to say goodbye in Chinese. The first one is bye bye. Bye bye. Apparently, it's a long word from English. Bye bye. Okay? Bye bye. It's easy to use, right? Now, the next one is more of the Chinese way of saying goodbye. 再见. 再见. 再 means again, and 见 means to see. So 再见 together literally is again to see. It's to say, I wish to see you again. 再见. Now, the third parting expression also has the word 见, to see. And before 见, it's 下次. 下次 means next time. So 下次见 is next time to see or see you next time. Okay. In comparison, bye bye is more casual than 再见 and 下次见, but they're all good to use around the clock during any time of the day or even at night. But there's one parting expression that's used more specifically at a more specific time of the night, which is 晚安. 晚安. 晚 means night or late. 安 means peaceful. So 晚安 literally is night peaceful. Have a peaceful night. Have a good night. Okay. 晚安. Now here's your bonus word for you. When we swap this one with its opposite, 早, which means morning or early, like we learned just not too long ago, 早安 is another way to say good morning. 早安. Okay, the difference between 早安and 早上好 is that 早上好 is more commonly used in mainland China, while 早安 is more common in Taiwanese Mandarin. All right, now let's look at our greetings and parting expressions one more time. 早上好, good morning. 早上好. 早, morning. 早. 你好, hello. 你好. 晚上好, good evening. 晚上好. Bye bye. Bye bye. 再见. See you again. 再见. 下次见. See you next time. 下次见. And 晚安. Good night. 晚安. Okay, great. Now, next we're going to hear a dialogue, a very short one. So two neighbors are exchanging greetings as they pass each other. And let's listen to the very short dialogue and find out what time of the day it is. Ready? 早上好. 早. That's it. Let's listen to it one more time a bit slower. 早上好. 早. So, of course, it is in the morning because we heard 早上好, which is good morning, and 早, morning. Okay, now let's change up the scenario a little bit. Let's say these two neighbors bumped into each other in the elevator when the sun is way up in the sky. Let's say 1 in the afternoon. So, would they still use 早上好 or 早 to greet each other? Now, in this case, 你好 would be a better choice. 你好. Okay, especially when they're still kind of new to each other. So, 你好 is a perfect one to use. It's very brief and polite. Now, let's say one of the neighbors is hosting a party at 9 o'clock at night, and he's greeting everybody, greeting his guests. So which greeting would he use at this time? 晚上好. 晚上好. Good evening. All right, now they have to say goodbye to each other. So if it's any time during the day or even at night, they can choose from bye bye, 再见, and 下次见. But when it's late at night, like they're going home, they're going to bed, they're not going to see each other again that night, they would use 晚安. 晚安. Sleep well, 晚安. You may have noticed that the time I put on here are in the 24-hour clock format. Well, I would say the 24-hour is as common as the 12-hour clock format in China, especially when we need the information to be very clear, such as on a train schedule, on a meeting itinerary, you would often see this format of time. So here is how we greet each other and part ways, parting expressions at certain times, different times of the day. Now it's time to review. Do you remember how to say good morning? "早上好." 早上好. And how to say hello? 你好. 你好. Do you remember how to say good evening? 晚上好. 晚上好. Do you remember how to say morning? 早. 早. Do you remember how to say see you again? 再见. 再见. And how to say good night? 晚安. 晚安. Do you remember how to say bye bye? Bye bye. Bye bye. And how to say see you next time? 下次见. 下次见. Well done! In this lesson, you've learned how to use greetings and parting expressions at different times of the day. That's it for this lesson. Thanks for watching. I'm Yinru, and I'll see you again on ChineseClass101.com. 再见.
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Hi, 大家好，我是李音如。Hi everyone, I'm Yinru Li. In this lesson, you will learn how to tell someone your phone number in Chinese. When giving phone numbers in Chinese, we say each digit separately. So first, let's take a look at how we say the 10 single-digit numbers in Chinese. So from the smallest to the biggest, 0、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9. Now let's count down from 9 to 0. Okay, here we go. 9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1、0. Okay, now a special note on this number 1, 1. Usually number 1 is said as 1, but when giving a phone number, the number 1 is often said as 1. 1. The reason is that number 1 and number 7, 1、7, they're pretty close. So to avoid any confusion, we usually say number 1 as 1 in a string of numbers, such as in a phone number. So in phone numbers, number 1 is often said as 1. Okay, now let's read all these numbers one more time. Feel free to read after me. 0、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9. Good job. Next, we're gonna hear a dialogue. Someone is registering her phone number in an office. So here is how the dialogue goes. 您的电话号码是多少？我的电话号码是123-0198-7654。One more time, a bit slower. 您的电话号码是多少？我的电话号码是123-0198-7654. Now let's take a closer look at this dialogue. First is the question. 您的电话号码是多少？ So 您的 it's your, but this is the polite your because we used 您 instead of 你. So because this is someone talking to their customer, someone they're serving, that's why they use this 您, the polite 您. But if you're just in everyday life, you're talking to your friends or classmates, you can just use 你的. That is also polite. 你的电话号码，电话 telephone 号码 number together 电话号码 phone number 是 is 多少？多少 is a question word that is used to ask about numbers 多少 so together 您的电话号码是多少？ Now the answer 我的电话号码是 this number. Okay, first 我的 my 电话号码 phone number is this number. Okay, now we put some spaces between the numbers, but usually in China, when you're given a phone number either on a business card or on an ad, there's often no space or hyphens between the long number. But it's a good idea to put pauses when you say the phone number, when you give one your phone number. A common way to do it is after the first 3 digits, 停一下, put the pause there, and the next 4 digits, 停一下 put the pause there. And the last 4 digits such as 123 0198 7654. Okay, now let's look at 2 more examples of giving your phone number in Chinese. 我的电话号码是 So what is this phone number? 11166897789。我的电话号码是11166897789。Okay, let's try one more. This one is, first let's look at this number, see if you can say it. Now let's do it together. 我的电话号码是12312345678。You can also say it as 12312345678. It's not wrong, but it's you will hear 123 a lot when you hear phone numbers in Chinese. So the pattern to give your phone number in Chinese is 我的电话号码是 phone number. My phone number is phone number. Simple as that. Now let's review. Do you remember the basic way to say 1? E. And how do you say 1 in a phone number? Yao. Do you remember how to say 2? R. And how to say 3? San. Do you remember how to say 4? Si. And how to say 5? Wu. Do you remember how to say 6? Liu. And how to say 7? Qi. Do you remember how to say 8? Ba. And how to say 9? Jiu. And how to say 0? Ling. Do you remember how to say phone number? Dian hua hao ma. Do you remember how to say my? Wo de. Now, do you remember how to say my phone number is 123-0198-7654? 我的电话号码是123-0198-7654。我的电话号码是123-0198-7654。Well done! In this lesson, you learned how to tell someone your phone number in Chinese. That's it for this lesson. Thank you for watching. I'm Yinru, and I'll see you again on ChineseClass101.com. 再见。Hi, 大家好，我是李韵如。Hi everyone, my name is Yinru Li. In this lesson, we'll talk about family members in Chinese. It is true that Chinese family tree, the kinship terms are very complicated, especially when it gets to father's side, mother's side, aunts, uncle, cousins, and all that, because everybody has their own title. But in this lesson, we'll be covering the basics, which is the immediate family members. Okay, first here I have a sort of family tree. You are here. This is 我, and I have my parents and siblings. So first, father in Chinese is 爸爸, 爸爸, father. And mother in Chinese is 妈妈, 妈妈. Okay, 爸爸, 妈妈. Now let's look at your siblings. Okay, the brother who is older than you in Chinese is 哥哥, 哥哥, 哥哥. And the sister who's older than you is your 姐姐, 姐姐, 姐, 姐姐. And the brother who's younger than you is your 弟弟, 弟弟. And you also have a little sister. She's your 妹妹, 妹妹. So your siblings are 哥哥, 姐姐, 弟弟, 妹妹. 哥哥姐姐弟弟妹妹爸爸妈妈. All the family members are made up of words of this repeated syllable and character. Well, this may sound like baby talk to you, but this is not the case in Chinese. They're perfectly normal and proper. Now, let's move on to the family member terms as a parent. Now, you are the father now, okay? And your wife in Chinese is 老婆. 老婆. 老婆 literally means old lady. So your wife is your old lady even if she's 20-year-old. 老婆, 老婆, wife. Now all your male offspring, they are your 儿子. Okay, 儿子, 儿子. And your female offspring, they are your 女儿, 女儿, daughter. Okay, 儿子, 女儿, 老婆. Now, you are the mother, you're the queen of the family, and your husband is your 老公, 老公. And the literal meaning of 老公 is just like 老婆, old man. So your old man is your husband, 老公. Okay, and the same with sons and daughters. Son, 儿子, 儿子. Daughter, 女儿, 女儿. One thing I'd like to point out is that 老公 and 老婆, these two words are relatively informal and casual. So if you're in a super formal setting, like you're in a formal banquet or you're writing a letter to an official, you should avoid using 老公 and 老婆. In that case, it will be some other terms to refer to your wife and husband. Okay, now the family members one more time. 爸爸, 爸爸, 妈妈, 妈妈, 哥哥, 哥哥, 姐姐, 姐姐, 弟弟, 弟弟, 妹妹, 妹妹, 老婆, 老婆, 老公, 老公, 儿子, 儿子, 女儿, 女儿. Perfect. Now, in the next part, you will hear a dialogue. two coworkers are chatting, and one of them is showing a picture on her phone. Now let's listen to a dialogue and try to figure out who is this person on the phone. Okay, ready? 这是谁？这是我老公。One more time, a bit slower. 这是谁？这是我老公。Now, this person on the girl's phone is her husband. Okay, now let's look at the question first. The question is 这是谁? Which literally means this is who, but it's used to ask, who is this? So the answer goes 这是我老公。这是 this is 我老公 my husband. 这是我老公 this is my husband. Now let's imagine you are showing a picture of your son. In this case, you would say 这是我儿子。儿子 is son. 这是我儿子。Now you are showing a picture of your sister, who is a few years younger than you. You would say 这是我妹妹。这是我妹妹。Okay, now you're showing a picture of your older brother. So, 这是我哥哥。这是我哥哥。Now you're showing off your beautiful wife on the phone of her picture. So you point at the picture and you say, 这是我老婆。这是我老婆。Now you can see a pattern, right? 这是我 plus family member. It's used to say this is my. It's used to introduce your family member. Okay? 这是 this is 我. In this case, doesn't really mean I or me. It is the shortened form of the possessive pronoun 我的. But in this case, the the is dropped because the following noun is a family member. So if the following noun is somebody who is close to you, who has a close relationship with you, you can drop the in the possessive pronoun. So you can say 这是我老公, but 这是我的老公 is also correct. So it's correct to use this. The only difference is if you drop the, it sounds more colloquial, more casual. Okay? So 这是我老公。这是我儿子，这是我妹妹，这是我哥哥，这是我老婆。Now let's review. Do you remember how to say father?爸爸. And how to say mother? Mama. Do you remember how to say older sister?姐姐. And how to say younger sister?妹妹. Do you remember how to say older brother?哥哥. And how to say younger brother?弟弟. Do you remember how to say daughter?女儿. And how to say son?儿子. Do you remember how to say wife? 老婆 老婆. And how to say husband. 老公, 老公. Do you remember how to say my husband? 我老公, 我老公. And do you remember how to say this? 这. Do you remember how to say this is my husband? 这是我老公，这是我老公。Well done! In this lesson, you've learned Chinese family members. That's it for this lesson. Thanks for watching. I'm Yinru, and I see you again on ChineseClass101.com. 再见。Hi, 大家好，我是李妍如。Hi everyone, I'm Yinru Li. Welcome to Chinese Whiteboard Lessons. Do you use small talk to start your conversations? And have you ever talked about weather in your small talk? In this lesson, we'll take a look at how to make small talk about the weather in Chinese. First, we're going to hear a dialogue. So two neighbors meet in the elevator, and here is how they start their conversation. Let's take a listen. 今天好热，是啊，太热了。Okay, let's listen to it one more time, a bit slower. 今天好热，是啊，太热了。All right, now this is our dialogue you just heard. So the first sentence, 今天好热。今天好热 means today it's so hot. 今天好热. So this means today is so hot. And the response starts with 是啊。是啊 is a very colloquial and emphatic way to agree with someone, which means yeah or yes it is in English. 是啊. And the second part of the response, 太热了 means too hot. 太热了. So 是啊，太热了 means yeah. So too hot. Okay, 今天好热 today is so hot. 是啊，太热了 Yeah, too hot. Now let's say today is very cold. So you can say 今天好冷。今天好冷 Today is so cold. Now let's say today is pretty warm. And you can say 今天好暖和。今天好暖和 Today is so warm. So 今天好热。今天好冷。今天好暖和. Are you starting to see a pattern here? So the pattern we can use to talk about the weather today, in particular the comfort level, the temperature of today's weather, is 今天好, and then you put a weather-related adjective here, or a comfort level adjective here, which means today it's so something. Okay, so 今天 means today, and 好 in this sentence, in this case, 好 is an adverb that's used to describe a degree, a pretty high degree, which means so something, and it's used very commonly in colloquial, in everyday language. 好怎么怎么样？今天好 and then your adjective. Now I want you to pay attention to the sentence structure of this sentence, this pattern, okay? 今天 is a noun, a subject. And then 好 is an adverb, right? And then it's just an adjective. So unlike English, there's subject, noun, linking verb, then adverb, adjective. In Chinese, there's no linking verb, okay? It's just noun, Adverb and adjective. 今天好 adjective. We don't use 今天是 which is the linking verb in Chinese. We don't say 今天是好热 or 今天是热. Instead, we use noun, adverb, adjective. So this is a very important and very basic common Chinese grammar. So please remember this. Noun, adverb, adjective. Sometimes we don't even use the adverb. It's just noun, adjective, but it's more common, it's most common when there is a noun, an adverb, and adjective. In this case, the noun is 今天, the adverb is 好, and then your adjective. For example, 今天好热 noun, 今天 adverb, adjective 热 今天好冷 今天好暖和 And here are a list of the common weather-related adjective or comfort level-related adjective you can plug in this pattern. Now first, we know 热. 热 means hot. 热. The opposite of 热 is 冷. 冷 means cold. So 热, 冷. Now 暖和, we also talked about 暖和 here, which means warm. So 暖和 is in the context of the weather as being very cold for a while. And then now the temperature rises. That's when you feel 暖和, 暖和, warm. And the opposite of 暖和, similarly, when the weather has been very hot for a while and now the temperature drops, that's when you feel 凉快, 凉快. 暖和 and 凉快. For example, spring is warm, so you can say warm spring. 暖和的春天, 暖和的春天 and the fall, it's often very cool. So you can say 凉快的秋天, 凉快的秋天. Okay, now the third pair is something that's good to know, but if you feel like it's already too much for you to memorize for this lesson, it's okay. You don't have to memorize these, but they're good to know. 干燥. 干燥 means dry. 干燥. The opposite of 干燥 is 潮湿 humid. 潮湿. So you can say 干燥的秋天 dry fall and 潮湿的春天 humid spring. So it's especially true for the south part of China where I'm from. It's really humid 很潮湿 in the spring. So let's go over these vocabulary words one more time. Feel free to read after me. Let's go this way. 热, 热, 暖和, 暖和, 干燥, 干燥, 冷, 冷, 凉快, 凉快, 潮湿, 潮湿. So to use these in a pattern, for example, we can say 今天好凉快. Today is so cool, temperature-wise. 今天好凉快 or 今天好干燥. Today is so dry. Okay, now let's go back to the dialogue. Now we know the setting of this dialogue. It's on a hot day. 今天好热. And the key word is 热, right? Hot, 热. So do you see 热 anywhere else in this dialogue? Yes, it's also used in the response line. 太热了, too hot. 太热了 means too hot. We can use the adjective also in this pattern, this phrase pattern. 太 adjective 热 to say it's too something. Okay, 太热了. It's too hot. Or you can say 太凉快了. It's so cool. And 太潮湿了. It's too humid. So there you have it. There are two patterns you can use to make small talk about the weather. 今天好怎么样? Today is so. And 太 adjective 热. It's too something. Let's review. Do you remember how to say hot? 热, 热. And how to say today? 今天今天 Do you remember how to say today it's so hot? 今天好热今天好热 Do you remember how to say cold? 冷冷 And how to say cool? 凉快凉快 Do you remember how to say warm? 暖和暖和 Well done! In this lesson, you've learned how to make small talk about the weather. Thank you for watching. I'm Yinru, and I'll see you again on ChineseClass101.com. 再见。Hi, 大家好，我是李嫣如。Hi everyone, my name is Yinru Li. In this lesson, we'll talk about how to ask for clarification in Chinese. Wait a second. Clarification, what is that? What does that mean? Well, when we don't understand someone or when we didn't hear someone very well, we check with the person we are speaking with to make sure we understand them correctly. This is asking for clarification. Well, in Chinese, there are a few different ways to do that, of course. And here I have listed 10 phrases, 10 sentences you can use to ask for clarification under different circumstances. The first group is when you don't understand or hear someone very well, you can say these. First, 你说什么?你说什么?你说什么 means what did you say? 你 is you, and 说 is to say, and 什么 is what. So you said what? What did you say? 你说什么? Okay, this is a good one to use with someone we have a close relationship with. But when you're speaking with someone who's older than you, or who is your boss, or people you don't know really very well yet, it's always safer and more polite to add a excuse me or I'm sorry. So you can say 不好意思,你说什么?不好意思,你说什么? I'm sorry, what did you say? Okay, the next one is 我没听清. 我没听清 means I didn't hear clearly. So 我没听清, I didn't hear you clearly. I didn't hear it very well. 我没听清. 你说什么?我没听清. Okay, the third one, 我听不懂. 我听不懂 is probably something you have seen in a Chinese survival phrases handbook or cheat sheet. So suppose you're a foreigner who's traveling to China and you don't speak the language yet, and some Chinese person just started speaking Chinese to you, you can use this phrase. 我听不懂. I don't understand. Please don't speak Chinese to me. I don't understand. 我听不懂. 我听不懂. This can be also used in other settings, for example, in a classroom. When your teacher just explained something, but it just didn't make sense to you. So you can say, 我听不懂. I don't understand. 我听不懂. Well, next is a set of phrases that are useful for language learners, especially beginners. So these are asking people to repeat what they said or to say it slowly. Okay, first one, 请再说一遍. 请再说一遍 means please say it again. 请 means please. We often use 请 at the beginning of a verb phrase to politely ask someone to do something like 请 do this, okay? 请怎么怎么样. And next 再 means again. 再说 means to say, and 一遍 means one time. So 请再说一遍 literally is please again say one time, or more naturally, please say it one more time, or please say it again. Okay. Well, 请再说一遍 can be used in a question form to make a request. 能再说一遍吗？能再说一遍吗？ We know 再说一遍 is to say it one more time, say it again. And 能 means can. And 吗 is just a question marker. So 能再说一遍吗 translate to can you say it one more time, even though the subject 你能再说一遍的你 is omitted here. 能再说一遍吗 Can you say it one more time? Okay. Next, 请说慢一点 It's also in the 请 form, right? Please. Please say 说慢 slow 一点 a bit. 请说慢一点 Please say it slowly or please say it slower. 请说慢一点 If we change this into the 能 question form, it's 能说慢一点吗 Can you say it slower? Can you say it slowly? 能说慢一点吗 Well, the 请 something and 能什么什么吗 something, they're pretty interchangeable. The only slight difference is that 请 may sound a little formal, like a little official, 请 to do something. And 能 something 吗 is a probably more personal, more colloquial, more gentle. All right. Well, next few phrases involve writing and reading. So when you have a hard time communicating with someone through, conversation, speaking, or listening, it might be a good idea just to write things down, just to be clear. So when you ask someone, can you write it down for me in Chinese, you can say, 能写下来吗?能写下来吗 is also in the 能什么什么吗 form. So 写 means to write and 下来 down. So 写下来 write it down. 能写下来吗 Can you write it down? 能写下来吗 Now, if you can read in Chinese, which is pretty awesome because reading in Chinese is challenging. But if you can read and you're reading something and some word just doesn't make sense to you, you don't know what that means, you can check by saying 这个是什么意思?这个是什么意思 means what does this mean? 这个 this 是 is 什么 what 意思 meaning. So together 这个是什么意思 this is what meaning or what does this mean? 这个是什么意思 Alright, so this is for checking the meaning of something. But when you want to check the reading, the pronunciation of something, you can say 这个怎么念?这个怎么念?这个 this 怎么 how to 念 read 这个怎么念 this how to read or how do you read this 这个怎么念 Alright, last I have a little bonus phrase for you. You don't have to learn to say this in this lesson, but it's good to know. So like I said, Chinese writing and reading are pretty challenging because the pronunciation system and the writing system are totally separate. So for one syllable, when you say something, it could be, a few different corresponding characters to that syllable. So this is especially common when we learn someone's name or when we have to write down someone's name and we're not sure which character we should write down. So for example, this person's name is Hong. So she said, my name is Hong, and you said, okay, which Hong? In this case, you would say 哪个Hong? 哪个 means which, and then you can put whichever character you're checking with here. 哪个什么什么?哪个 which one? Okay? So here are the 10 phrases we can use to ask for clarification in Chinese. And next, we're gonna hear a dialogue. So this young man is meeting his neighbor and he's introducing himself, but the neighbor didn't really catch his name, so he asked for clarification. Now let's hear the dialogue and find out how the neighbor does it. Okay, ready? 我叫黄宏伟不好意思，能再说一遍吗 One more time, a bit slower. 我叫黄宏伟不好意思，能再说一遍吗 Okay, so the phrase the neighbor uses to ask for clarification is 能再说一遍吗? Can you say it one more time? Can you say it again? Okay, so the first line of this dialogue is a way to make self-introduction to introduce your own name. 我叫, I'm called, my name is. 我叫黄宏伟. Okay, then the neighbor didn't catch the name, so he first apologizes by saying, 不好意思, I'm sorry. 能再说一遍吗? Can you say it one more time? 不好意思，能再说一遍吗? Okay, next let's look at a few more scenarios just to practice, okay? For example, you are studying Chinese, you're learning Chinese in a Chinese classroom, and the teacher just taught you a new phrase, but she said it kind of fast, like what I'm doing now maybe. She said it too fast and you wanted to ask her to slow down. So how do you say that to her? You can use 请说慢一点 or 能说慢一点吗? So you can use this one or this one. So you can say 老师请说慢一点 or 老师能说慢一点吗? 老师 means teacher. So you can just say 老师请说慢一点老师能说慢一点吗? Okay, now let's say you are talking with your friend on the phone, but the connection, the signal is bad. So you tell the friend that, what did you say? I didn't hear you very well. How do you say that? 你说什么？我没听清。你说什么？ Let's put it here. 你说什么？我没听清。 All right, third one. Let's say your neighbor just told you about this awesome restaurant and you really want to check it out. So you ask the neighbor to write down the address and name of the restaurant for you so you can show the taxi driver. So how do you ask him to write it down for you? You can say, 能写下来吗? Can you write it down? Could you write it down? 能写下来吗? Good job. Now let's review. Do you remember how to say, what did you say? "你说什么?你说什么? And how to say, I didn't hear it very well. 我没听清。我没听清。Do you remember how to say, I don't understand? 我听不懂。我听不懂。Do you remember how to say, please say it again? 请再说一遍。请再说一遍。And how to say, please say it slowly. 请说慢一点儿。请说慢一点儿。Do you remember how to say, can you say it again? 能再说一遍吗？能再说一遍吗？ And how to say, can you say it slowly? 能说慢一点吗？能说慢一点吗？ Do you remember how to say, can you write it down? 能写下来吗？能写下来吗？ And how to say, what does this mean? 这个是什么意思？这个是什么意思 and how to say, how do you read this? "这个怎么念?" 这个怎么念? Well done! In this lesson, you've learned 10 phrases to ask for clarification in Chinese. That's it for this lesson. Thank you for watching. I'm Yinru, and I see you again on ChineseClass101.com. 再见! Hi, 大家好，我是李茵如. Hi everyone, my name is Yinru Li. In this lesson, we'll talk about some of the most basic and essential social expressions in Chinese. Social expressions are phrases and things we say in social situations. For example, thanking someone for what they've done for us or apologizing to someone for things we have done to them. And actually, one of the mostly used English social expression I personally find very useful is excuse me. You know, we can use excuse me before we have to interrupt someone or even make, apologies. Well, I've been trying to find the exact phrase for excuse me in Chinese, but I have failed because there is just no one phrase in Chinese that would catch all like excuse me would. So to say excuse me in Chinese, it really depends on the social context. For example, when we have to get someone's attention, like in a restaurant, right? We would say excuse me in Chinese, but in this case, a very polite way to say it is simply say 你好, like you say hello. So 你好 can be used, to catch someone, to get someone's attention, and then you tell them what you want. 你好, 我要这个这个, I want this and this, okay? So this is the first way. The second way is when we have to interrupt someone. In this case, we would say 打扰一下. 打扰 means to interrupt or to disturb, and 一下 literally means a bit, okay, or a sec. So 一下 is often used after verbs in spoken language, colloquial language to soften a command. So 打扰一下 it's like to say, can I interrupt you for a sec? 打扰一下. Now, many times when we say excuse me, it's because we have a question. We want to ask something or someone for something. There is one phrase that's very common in China. We use this phrase before asking a question, and this phrase is 请问. 请问, 请 means please, and 问 means ask. So 请问, please ask. It's actually used to say, may I please ask? Or can I ask you a question? So you can say 请问厕所在哪里? Excuse me, where's the bathroom? 请问这个多少钱? Excuse me, may I ask how much this is? So very useful phrase. 请问 to ask questions. Now, the last one, 请等一下, okay, literally means please wait a bit. We know 请 means please and 一下 means a bit. So 等, the verb 等 means to wait. So 请等一下 is to have someone to wait up a sec. Okay, 请等一下. Okay, these are a few different ways to say excuse me in Chinese. Well, actually, in most cases, I think it's not necessary to respond to these excuse me's. But, well, if you feel like responding, or if the other person who asks you is not really saying what they have to say, you can keep the conversation going by saying 怎么了? 怎么了 literally means what happened? What's the matter? Well, it's actually it's like saying yes, how can I help you? 怎么了? It's a pretty common phrase, and it can be used in formal and informal situations. So it's a good one to have. 怎么了? Yes, what is it? 怎么了? Okay, so this is how to say excuse me, or how to respond to it if you feel like it. Okay, next let's look at how to say thank you and how to respond to thank you. Well, I'm sure many of you already know that thank you in Chinese is 谢谢. 谢谢. Yes, this is the most common way to say thank you in Chinese. 谢谢. Well, here I'm gonna teach you a little trick. So to make your thank you a little bit more sincere, a little more heartfelt, you can add 你 after 谢谢. So 谢谢你. 谢谢你 is like saying, oh, thank you, really, thank you. And as opposed to 谢谢, sometimes feel like, okay, just thanks. It's like something you have to say. So to avoid that, you can add 你 after 谢谢 to make a very sincere, thank you. 谢谢你. Okay, now when someone says 谢谢 or 谢谢你 to you, you can respond by saying first, 不用谢. 不用谢. Okay, 不 means not or no. 用 means need in this case. And 谢 means to thank. So 不用谢 is to say, oh, no need to thank me. You're welcome. 不用谢. Okay, the second way to say you're welcome is 不客气. Again, 不 means not. 客气, well, 客气 is a little hard to translate. 客 means guest. 客气 is like to act or treat like a guest, which means too many formalities or too formal, too courteous, okay, like putting some distance between you and me. So no need for any of these formalities. 不客气, okay, you're welcome, don't mention it. 不客气. Now, next, let's look at how to say sorry, how to make apologies. There are 3 common ways to say sorry in Chinese. First one is 对不起. 对不起. 对不起 literally means I can hardly face you, okay? Because something I've done that's terribly wrong, I feel really bad about. So 对不起 is a pretty serious, pretty strong apology. That's why I put 3 bars next to it. 对不起 is a pretty strong apology. 对不起. Okay. Next, it's 不好意思. 不好意思 in comparison, it's a little lighter, it's a little more casual. So 不好意思 literally means to feel embarrassed. So I feel embarrassed for something I've done, or I feel embarrassed for something I'm going to do to you. So 不好意思, it's a little more casual, a little lighter apology than 对不起. Now next, 抱歉 is also a very common way to make apologies. Well, it can be used in like as a very serious apology, or a lighter one. So it's really a personal preference. And I would say people in Taiwan probably use 抱歉 more than people in mainland China. Okay, now if someone says sorry to you and you want to assure them it's okay, it doesn't matter, it's okay. And there are also a couple different ways. First is 没事儿. 没事儿 literally means no issue, no big deal. 没事, don't worry about it. Okay. Also, actually, 没事 can be used to respond to thank you as well. Okay. 谢谢, 没事. It's like thank you, no problem. 没事. Okay. A pretty useful expression. 没事. And another way to say it's okay is 没关系. 没关系 means it doesn't matter. It's okay, no worries. 没关系. All right, now let's go over these expressions one more time. Ways to say excuse me first is 你好. 你好, we can use it to get people's attention. 你好. 打扰一下, can I interrupt you a little bit? 打扰一下. 请问, may I please ask, to ask a question. 请问 and 请等一下 hey please wait up for a sec. 请等一下 and 怎么了 yes what is it how can I help you 怎么了 and 2 ways to say thank you 谢谢 and 谢谢你不用谢不客气 both mean you're welcome and 3 ways to say sorry 对不起 yes 对不起 this is a serious one and 不好意思 still sorry but not as as strong 不好意思 and 抱歉 kind of in between 抱歉 and it's okay we can use 没事 or 没关系没事没关系 In the next section, let's take a look at how we can use these social expressions in real life situations. Now, in an apartment building laundry room, a young man is putting his clothes in a washer, but he stopped. And here's how the dialogue goes. 先生，请等一下。怎么了？ And the man who stopped the young man explains that the washer he was going to use is actually out of order. So the young man thanks the neighbor. And here's how their dialogue goes. 谢谢你。不客气。 Okay, now the young man found a washer that actually works, so he puts his clothes in and closed the washer door, but it makes a loud noise. So he apologizes, and here's how he does it. 不好意思，没事儿。 Okay, very simple dialogue. Let's look at them one by one. First, 先生，请等一下. First word, 先生. 先生 means Mr. or Sir, so we use 先生 to address someone whose name we don't know. Of course, it's a male. 先生，请等一下. We know 请等一下 means please wait a bit, for a bit, wait for a sec. 请等一下. And the response is 怎么啦? What is it? What's going on? What happened? 怎么啦? Okay, and next is saying thank you and how to respond to thank you. They use 谢谢你 and 不客气, thank you, you're welcome. And the third dialogue is to make apology because he feels bad that he makes a loud noise. Okay, actually some of Chinese don't really care for that, but I guess this is a very polite neighbor, so he apologizes by saying 不好意思. And the response is 没事儿, don't worry about it, no issue. Okay, now let's look at a few more scenarios as a way to practice, okay? Let's say you are in a restaurant and you want to ask the waitress for a spoon. So you get the waitress's attention by saying, you can say 你好. Yes, this is a good one. 你好. 你好，有勺子吗? Hello, do you have a spoon? 你好，有勺子吗? Okay, next, let's say you are meeting a client. You're supposed to meet the client at 2, but it's now 2:30. Of course, it's really late. Even by Chinese standard, it's late 30 minutes. So you make an apology by saying 对不起. Yeah, in this case, you probably should use 对不起. 对不起。我迟到了, I'm late. 对不起，我迟到了. Okay, the third one. Your friend brings you a gift from her trip back home. So you take the gift and you thank her by saying 谢谢 or 谢谢你. 谢谢. Okay, 谢谢，我很喜欢. I like it a lot. I like it very much. 谢谢，我很喜欢. Now let's review. Do you remember how to say excuse me to get someone's attention? 你好. 你好. And how to say excuse me when you have to interrupt someone. 打扰一下. 打扰一下. Do you remember how to say excuse me before you ask a question? 请问. 请问. And how to say excuse me to have someone wait up for a second. 请等一下. 请等一下. Do you remember how to say yes after someone gets your attention? 怎么了? 怎么了? Now do you remember how to say thank you? 谢谢谢谢 And how to say thank you in a slightly more sincere way. 谢谢你谢谢你 Do you remember how to say you're welcome as in no need to thank me? 不用谢不用谢 And how to say welcome as in no need for any formalities. 不客气不客气 Do you remember the strongest way to say sorry? 对不起对不起 And the more colloquial way to say sorry. 不好意思不好意思 How about a third way to say sorry? 抱歉抱歉 Do you remember how to say it's okay as in no big deal? 没事儿没事儿 And how to say it's okay as in it doesn't matter. 没关系没关系 Well done! In this lesson, you've learned essential Chinese social expressions. That's it for this lesson. Thank you for watching. I'm Yinru, and I'll see you again on ChineseClass101.com. 再见
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Hi, 大家好，我是李茵如. Hi everyone, I'm Yinru Li. In this lesson, we'll be taking a close look at days of the week in Chinese. Now on the whiteboard, I've listed 7 days of the week in Chinese. So let's start from Monday. Monday in Chinese is 星期一星期一 And then Tuesday, 星期二星期二 Wednesday, 星期三星期三 And then 星期四星期四星期五 is Friday 星期五 Saturday 星期六星期六 And then Sunday you can either say 星期天星期天 or 或者星期日星期日 Now some of you may have noticed that all the words start with the same 星期 at the beginning, right? 星期 or 星期 is a word that means week. Literally, 星期 means star period. 星期. So our ancestor used to name the days of the week after stars or planets. For example, Saturday is the day of Saturn. Sunday is the day of the sun, and Monday is the day of the moon, so on and so forth. But then until Qing Dynasty, the Chinese officials thought, let's just make it simple and easy for everybody to say and remember. Well, let's just say Monday is 星期一, literally week 1, So 星期一 actually means day 1 of the week. 星期一 And then Tuesday is the day 2 of the week, so it's 星期二星期二 And then, 三 is 3, so 星期三 is day 3 of the week. 4 星期四 day 4 of the week, Thursday. And then 星期 五 day 5 of the week, 星期六 day 6 of the week. Well, until Sunday, it's not 星期七, it's not 7 day or week 7, it's 星期天. 天 could mean sky or day, 星期天. Or another way to say it is 星期日. 日 means sun. 日星期日 Sunday, right? 星期日, but 星期日 is a little less common than 星期天. 星期天. So again, the 7 days of the week in Chinese is 星期一, 星期二, 星期三, 星期四, 星期五, 星期六, 星期天, or 星期日. Okay, there are 2 other ways to say the 7 days of the week, but don't worry, they follow the same format, same pattern. We just use different words for a week. So this way, we can say 礼拜. We use 礼拜 to say week. 礼拜. Originally, 礼拜 refers to the religious service. So the Chinese people realized that, those Westerners, those Christians, they seem to do their religious service or worshiping at the same day of the week. So every time they do that, that means a week has passed. So let's not just call their religious service a week. Why not? So 礼拜 has evolved and become another way to say week. 礼拜. So same way, 礼拜一, 礼拜二, 礼拜三, 礼拜四, 礼拜五, 礼拜六, 礼拜天. Tian, we just learned that Tian means day. So the worship day is Sunday. 礼拜天. All right, the third way is to use 周 to say week. 周 means circle or cycle. So we cycle through the 7 days of the week. So the first day of the cycle is 周一, 周一, and then 周二, 周三, 周四, 周五, 周六, 周日 is Sunday. So here is how you can say the days of the week in Chinese in 3 ways. Let's take a look at how we can use these vocabulary words in everyday conversations. Next, you're going to hear a dialogue between 2 friends, and they're talking about days of the week. Now, let's take a listen. 今天星期几? 今天星期三. One more time, a bit slower. 今天星期几? 今天星期三. So, 星期三 is Wednesday. So, the question is 今天星期几 literally means today, week, what number? Okay, 几 is used to ask numbers, or especially lower number. So, 今天星期几 is the standard way to ask what day of the week it is today. 今天星期几? And the answer is 今天星期三. We know 星期三 is Wednesday and 今天 is today. So this literally is 今天星期三, today, Wednesday. Okay, notice there's no 是, there's no is in this sentence. You could say 今天是星期三, which is also you're grammatically correct, but 今天星期三 is more common and it's perfectly fine. So 今天星期三, today is Wednesday. Now, let's say today is Friday. How do you say that in Chinese? 今天星期五, day 5 of the week. 今天星期五. And what about Saturday? Today it's Saturday. 今天星期六. 今天星期六. What comes after Saturday? Today is Sunday, fun day. 今天星期天 Sunday. 今天星期天. So to answer the question, if someone asks you 今天星期几, you can use this pattern. 今天星期, and then depending on the day of the week, you can say from 星期一, 星期二, 星期三, 星期四, 星期五, 星期六, 星期天. You can also use their alternatives to say week, So you can also say 今天礼拜 the days of the week, or 今天周 of the week, days of the week. So this is how we can tell and ask days of the week in Chinese. Now let's review. Do you remember the most common way to say Monday? 星期一 星期一 And how to say Tuesday? 星期二星期二 Do you remember how to say Wednesday? 星期三星期三 And how to say Thursday? 星期四星期四 Do you remember how to say Friday? 星期五星期五 And how to say Saturday? 星期六星期六 Do you remember how to say Sunday? 星期天星期天 And how to say today? 今天今天 Now do you remember how to say today is Wednesday? 今天星期三今天星期三 Well done! In this lesson, you've learned the days of the week in Chinese. That's it for this lesson. Thank you for watching. I'm Yinru, and I'll see you again on ChineseClass101.com. 再见.
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Fun and Easy Chinese by ChineseClass101.com. Hi, 大家好，我是李英如. Hi everyone, Yinru Li here. Are you good with numbers? We deal with numbers every day in our life. It is crucial for a language learner to be able to say numbers with precision right from the beginning. In this lesson, you will learn about Chinese numbers and how the Chinese number system works. Now let's start with single-digit numbers. Here we go. 0, 零 1, 一 2, 二 3, 三 and 4, 四 5, 五 and 6, 六 7, 七 8, 八 and 9, 九 Now let's move on to 10 and its multiples. 10 in Chinese is 十 and 20, which is 2 tens, so it is 二十 2 tens or 20. How about 30? 30 is 3 tens, so 三十 40 40 50 5 tens 50 60 6 tens 60 70 70 80 80 90 90 90 So at this point, we are ready to make any two-digit number that we want. For example, 11. 11 is a 10 and a 1, So it is 11, 11. How about 23? 23 is 20 and 3, so 23. 45 is 4, 4, 45. 45 and 99 is 90 plus 9, so it's 99. Now to make any number that's bigger than 100, we need a few more words. And the first word we need is 百, meaning 100. 百. We can say 100, 100. And how about 137? What number is this? We know 100 is 100. 100. And 30, 30, 7. 137. 137. So how do you say 420? 400 is 400 and 20 is 20. So 420 is 420. 420. How about 614? 6, 100, 百, and 14. Here we use 14. So together, 614 is 614. Well, notice that in a 3-digit number or bigger, we need to say 14 instead of 14. 14 is only used when it's by itself, like 11. We don't say 11. We say 11 or 14 by itself. We don't say 14. But when combined in a 3-digit number or higher, we need to say 614, not 614. Same way with this number. It is 900, 918. Not 918, but 918. 918. Okay, ready to go higher? Let's do 1,000. 1,000 in Chinese is 千. 千, as in 3,000, 3,000. 3,000. And what is 6,700? 6,000 is 6,000 and 700 is 700. So 6,700. Now how about this big number here? 6,519. Let's break it down. 8,000, sorry, I should have said 8,000. Let me try it one more time. This number, start from this number. But now let's look at this big long number here. Well, let's break it down. 8,519. 8,000. Let me write it. 8,000. 500. 500 and 19. In a big number, it is 19. 8,519. 8,519. 8,519. Well, here are a couple big numbers that's special in the Chinese. This number is 1, which is 10,000. It's called 1. 10,000. And this number, E. E is 100 million. E. Now let's review with a quiz. How do you say 5 in Chinese? 5. 5. How do you say 15 in Chinese? 15. 15. And how do you say 515 in Chinese? 515. 15. Now, how do you say 50,000 in Chinese? 5万. 5万. Great job. Want to learn Chinese fast? Get cheat sheets for all kinds of topics. Travel, hobbies, love, and much more. And you will learn all of the must-know words and phrases for each. So click the link in the lesson description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get them. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Bye bye, 再见. Welcome to Fun and Easy Chinese by ChineseClass101.com. Hi, 大家好，我是李英如. Hi everyone, 英如李 here. Do you want to visit China? China is the destination on many people's bucket list for a number of reasons, whether it's because it is one of the oldest civilizations on Earth, or it's one of the fast-growing economies in the world. You decide. Cultural and language barriers shouldn't get in the way of your plans to visit China, because after this lesson, you will have plenty of travel phrases you need to make your visit simpler. Well, let's start with the basic phrases you can use in any situation. First is how to say thank you. 谢谢. 谢谢. Thank you. 谢谢. Next is how to say I'm sorry. Sorry. 对不起. 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 I'm sorry. Well, if you would like to ask a question, start with this phrase. 请问. 请问. 请 is applied word meaning please. And 问 means to ask. So 请问 is may I please ask or excuse me. 请问. Well, we'll see a sample sentence with 请问 later on in this lesson. How to agree with someone. To agree with someone, you can simply say 对, meaning correct. 对. 对. For example, if someone asks you, is it your first time visiting China? 这是你第一次来中国吗? 这是你第一次来中国吗? You can agree with that by saying 对. That's right. 对. 对. Okay, to say very good or very nice, use this phrase. 非常好. 非常好 means very good or excellent. 非常好. So to answer this question, how do you think of your hotel you're staying at? You can answer with 非常好. Very good, excellent. 非常好. Well, next, you're going to learn a group of essential phrases you can use at restaurants or stores. First is to ask how much something is. How much in Chinese is 多少钱? 多少钱, which literally means much, little money, or how much money. 多少钱? 多少钱? And to say I want this or I like this, say 我要这个. 我要这个. 我要 means I want. 我要. And 这个 means this. 这个. Together. 我要这个. 我要这个. This phrase could be very useful when you don't know the name of a certain dish in a restaurant. So you can point at the menu and say 我要这个. I want this one. Or if you don't know what a certain item is called in a store, you can point at the stuff on the shelf and say 我要这个. 我要这个. Okay? We can use the word 这个, 这个, this, to make other phrases such as 我喜欢这个. I like this. 我喜欢这个. So 喜欢 means like. 我喜欢这个. I like this. To say I don't like this, 我 不喜欢这个。我不喜欢这个。Did you notice the difference? It's here. 不 meaning not. 我不喜欢这个。I don't like this. 我不喜欢这个。Now, to get attention from a salesperson or a waiter or waitress, you can raise your hand to get their attention and say, 你好,你好, which is mostly used as a greeting meaning hello, but in this context, it is a polite way to get someone's attention. 你好,你好. If you'd like one more order of something, you can say, 再来一份,再来一份,再来一份 means one more order. 再来一份. And when you're ready to pay or to check out, you can use 买单. 买单 literally means to buy the bill or to pay for the bill. 买单. Don't forget, 买单. Well, the next group of phrases will help you get around in China. If you need to ask where some place is, first say this place, say the name of this place, and then stick this phrase afterwards. 在哪里? 在 means at. 哪里 means where. So, certain place is at where. 什么什么什么在哪里? Certain place is at where. Where is this certain place? 什么什么什么在哪里? For example, this has been proven, at least by me, to be the number one must-know phrase you need when visiting a new place. And this phrase is 厕所在哪里? 厕所在哪里? 厕所 is restroom. So where is the restroom? 厕所在哪里? 厕所在哪里? Well, to make yourself sound more polite, remember we talked about a phrase to start your question, which is right here, if I can get the cards. 请问, may I please ask? So, excuse me, where is the bathroom? 请问厕所在哪里? 请问厕所在哪里? Taking the taxi is probably the easiest way to get around China when you are visiting for the first time. So, to tell the taxi driver to go here, in Chinese is 去这里,去这里. 去 means to go, and 这里 is here. So, 去这里, to here. This phrase can be used when you have your destination written on a card or written down somewhere, either on your phone or on a piece of paper that you can show the taxi driver. 去这里. If you know the place you want to go, you can simply replace 这里 with your destination. For example, if you're going to the capital airport in Beijing, you can say 去首都机场. 首都机场 is capital airport. 去首都机场 to the capital airport. 去首都机场. When you have arrived and you want to tell the taxi driver stop right here, you can say 就到这里. 就到这里. We know 这里 means here, so 就到这里 is to right here. 就到这里. 就到这里. Well, finally, a couple of phrases in case you need help. 帮我一下好吗? Can you help me, please? 帮我一下好吗? Again, 帮我一下好吗? Can you please help me? In case of life-threatening emergencies, yell 救命! 救命 literally is save my life. 救命! 救命! Well, I don't think you will get a chance to use this phrase 救命 considering the fact that China is a pretty safe country, but it's always good to be prepared for the worst case scenario. 救命! Help me, save my life. 救命! Now let's review by doing a quiz. Suppose you are at a restaurant. You see a picture on the menu that you really want to try. You can point to the picture and tell the waitress, I want this, which in Chinese is 我要这个. 我要这个. This dish turns out to be great. You can tell the waiter or waitress that this is good, this is very good, this is excellent by saying 非常好, 非常好. Now your plate is empty, but you want to have more of the same dish. You can say one more serving please in Chinese, which is 再来一份. 再来一份. Well, before you leave, you want to use the bathroom, which is a good idea. So you can ask where the bathroom is by politely saying, Excuse me, where is the restroom? 请问厕所在哪里? 请问, may I please ask? 厕所 restroom 在哪里 is at where? 请问厕所在哪里? Now you are ready to go. You can either go up to pay at the counter or have the waiter or waitress bring you your bill by saying, check please, in Chinese. In Chinese, it's 买单. 买单. Now you're taking a taxi back to your hotel. You get in a taxi and you show the taxi driver the hotel name on your phone in Chinese. You can point to the address and tell the taxi driver to here, which in Chinese is 去这里. 去这里. To here. Good job. Want to learn Chinese fast? Get cheat sheets for all kinds of topics, travel, hobbies, love, and much more. And you will learn all of the must-know words and phrases for each. So click the link in the lesson description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get them. Thank you for watching and see you again on ChineseClass101.com. 再见. Welcome to Fun and Easy Chinese by ChineseClass101.com. Hi, 大家好，我是李英如. Hi everyone, Yinru Li here. Have you ever been frustrated in your Chinese learning journey? We all need some encouragement and praises from time to time to be able to continue. In this lesson, you will learn 3 groups of encouragement phrases in Chinese. Well, the first group is used to boost someone's confidence. 加油 is the first and most important one you should know because of how often it is used in daily life. 加油 literally means to add gas or to add oil. It's similar to go for it or come on in English. It is used to tell someone to try hard and fight for it. A typical situation for this phrase to be used is at a sport event. You hear the audience yell, 加油,加油 to the team they support. Or another scenario, suppose that tomorrow you're taking your HSK exam, which is a standardized test for Chinese learners, and your family is cheering you on and firing you up by saying 加油 to you. Another phrase to build someone's confidence is 相信自己, meaning believe in yourself. 相信 means to believe. 相信. And 自己 means oneself. 自己. And together, 相信自己. Believe in yourself. Don't doubt yourself. You can do this. Well, the third phrase in this group is 你是最棒的. This is saying you are the greatest. 你是 you are 你是最 is used before adjectives to indicate the highest level. And 棒 is an adjective meaning great. 最棒的 together is the greatest. So together, 你是最棒的. You are the greatest. 你是最棒的. You are the greatest. Nobody can beat you. You are on top of the world. The next group is compliments and praises you can give to people to reward their work. First one, 非常好, meaning excellent. 非常好. 非常 means extraordinary. 非常 and 好 means good. So 非常好 together is over the top good or excellent. 非常好. Well, another compliment with the word 好 good is 你做得很好. 你做得很好 meaning you did very well. 做 means to do. 做 and 的 is a particle that connects a verb and an adjective. So our verb here is 做 to do, and 很好 means very good. 做得很好 means does something good, does something well, or did something well. In this case, there is no difference in tenses. Together, 你做得很好, you did very well, or you does something very well. We can use specific actions to replace 做 in the sentence. For example, 你说得很好. 说 means to speak or to say. 你说得很好 means you spoke very well, or you speak very well, or you said something well. As in, you speak Chinese very well. 你中文说得很好. Or that's a good point. Well said. 你说得很好. Another verb, 唱 means to sing. 唱. 你唱得很好. You sing very well. 你唱得很好. The third phrase in this compliment group is a phrase that got popular on the internet and has become a slang in everyday language. 给你点赞. 给你点赞. 给你 means to give you or to do something for you. 给你. 点 in this case, in this context, means to click. And 赞 originally means compliment, but on social media, 赞 is the like, as in the like button on Facebook or YouTube or WeChat. So 给你点赞 literally is to give you hit the like button, or to click or to hit the like button for you, or it could be translated as to give you the big thumbs up. 给你点赞. This expression is only used in very casual settings to say good job. 给你点赞. The third group of encouragement phrases is meant to give people faith in difficult times. 坚持住 meaning hang in there. 坚持 means to keep going or to persist in. 住 indicates the emotion of grasping a hold of something. Together, 坚持住 is to keep going and hold on tight. Or in an English phrase, hanging there. 坚持住. Next. 别放弃. Don't give up. 放弃 is to give up. 放弃. 别 is don't. 别放弃. Don't give up. And last one, 继续 努力继续 means to continue 继续 and 努力 means to work hard 努力继续努力 together can be used to encourage someone to try again or to keep trying when something has failed, or it can be used to tell someone to keep up the good work. 继续努力 In this lesson, we learned 9 encouragement phrases used in 3 different situations. Suppose you're taking a course to learn Chinese characters, 汉字, but it seems so hard and so time-consuming. So you come to me and ask me what to do. And I, as a Chinese teacher, would most likely to be telling you not to give up your effort by saying, don't give up, which in Chinese is 别放弃 别放弃 Suppose your sister is going to have a job interview for the first time in her life. You're on the phone with her and tell her to go for it. This commonly used cheering phrase in Chinese is 加油加油 To comment on a well-done job by your subordinate, you can use the phrase excellent, which in Chinese is 非常好非常好 You guys did a great job, 非常好给你们点赞 I'll give you the big thumbs up. Want to learn Chinese fast? Get cheat sheets for all kinds of topics. Travel, hobbies, love, and much more. And you will learn all of the must-know words and phrases for each. So click the link in the lesson description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get them. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. 下次见. Welcome to Fun and Easy Chinese by ChineseClass101.com. Hi, 大家好，我是李音如. Hi everyone, Yinru Li here. Have you ever been really angry but just can't find the right phrases in Chinese? Not knowing what to say when you're angry can make you even more mad. In this lesson, you will learn a few expression patterns along with some sample angry phrases to help you show your emotion in a clear and native way. First pattern is 不许 不许 This is a command phrase to tell someone not to do something. 不许 means not allowed. 不许 If someone is upsetting you by something you don't like, you can use 不许 followed by an action. Now let's look at a few examples. 不许笑 笑 means to laugh. 笑 And 不许笑 is telling someone laughing is not allowed. Don't laugh. 不许笑 不许插嘴 插嘴 means to interrupt someone's talking or to cut into a conversation. 插 means to insert and 嘴 means mouth. So 插嘴 means to interrupt. And 不许插嘴 means do not interrupt. 不许插嘴 And 不许没礼貌 礼貌 in this case means politeness. And 没礼貌 is don't have the politeness, don't have the courtesy or being rude, not being polite. 不许没礼貌 Don't be rude. You can't be rude. 不许没礼貌 This is something that a parent would tell a child who's misbehaving. Next pattern is also used in a command. 给我 给我 literally means to give me, but it's also used to intensify the tone. It is to let someone know that you are angry, sort of like giving them a warning. 给我 And putting 给我 in a sentence is very common in colloquial language. And 给我 usually goes with the subject 你 to make the 你给我怎么怎么样 pattern. 你给我 plus a verb. Here are some angry phrases with the 你给我 pattern. 你给我出去. 出去 means to get out. 出去. And 你给我出去 literally is you give me get out. But it's simply a very strong command to ask someone to get out. 你给我出去. Well, it may not sound so angry when you say it slow because I was trying to say it slow so you can hear it clearly. But when you're angry, trust me, you would say it fast and furious. 你给我出去. And 你给我听好. 听好 means listen carefully. 听好. 你给我听好 is used when you are about to say something serious because you are irritated. 你给我听好. And 你给我闭嘴. Well, earlier in this lesson, we learned 插嘴, which means to interrupt. And here we have another 嘴 verb, which is 闭嘴. 闭 means to close or shut. 闭, so 闭嘴 is shut your mouth. 你给我闭嘴 is an angry expression to ask someone to shut up. 你给我闭嘴. Well, now let's look at a couple adverbs we can use before verbs to intensify and express strong emotions. First one, 简直. 简直. Well, the literal translation of 简直 is simply and practically. But in English, it's more like saying literally or almost as a way to exaggerate. 简直. For example, 这简直是个笑话. This is literally a joke, or it's almost like a joke. 这简直是个笑话. You can say it when you think something is ridiculous. 这简直是个笑话. And 他简直疯了. He's literally gone crazy, implying how can he do this? Did he lose his mind? 他简直疯了. Next adverb that is served as an intensifier is often used in questions. 到底. 到底 literally means to the bottom, but it's the equivalent of on earth in English. 到底. 你到底想怎样? What on earth do you want? 你到底想怎样? You can use it when someone drives you crazy and you can't take it anymore. What do you want? 你到底想怎样? And 这到底是怎么回事? What on earth is going on with this? 这到底是怎么回事? 怎么回事 means what's going on, and 这到底是怎么回事 it's a stronger version than 怎么回事. 这到底是怎么回事? Okay, another example with 到底. 你到底是不是男人? This one could be hurtful. Are you a man or not? It could imply, can you be responsible like a grown man or not? 你到底是不是男人? Alright, it's not fun, definitely not fun to be angry. So let's calm down and review what we have learned in this lesson. So what is the commanding phrase that means don't or not allowed, as in don't laugh? 不许笑. Laughing is not allowed. Don't laugh. Okay. To make 你出去, you get out, sound stronger. What phrase can we add before 出去 the verb? We can add 给我 to make 你给我出去 You get out. And which adverb means literally or almost? Like as in, this is literally a joke. This adverb is 简直这简直是个笑话 This is literally a joke. And what phrase is used in questions to emphasize and express strong emotions as in, what on earth do you want? 到底你到底想怎样 What on earth do you want? Want to learn Chinese fast? Get cheat sheets for all kinds of topics. Travel, hobbies, love, and much more. And you will learn all of the must-know words and phrases for each. So click the link in the lesson description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get them. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. 再见. Welcome to Fun and Easy Chinese by ChineseClass101.com. Hi, 大家好，我是李英如. Hi everyone, Inru Li here. Do you know what the 5 most commonly used Chinese characters are? If your goal is to be able to read and write in Chinese, the very first step is to memorize the most commonly used Chinese characters, 汉字. According to data collected from classical and modern Chinese writings, these 5 characters, 的 一 是 不 and 了 are the 5 most commonly used Chinese characters. In this lesson, you will learn the pronunciation, stroke order, meaning, and usage of these top 5 most common Chinese characters. The first place of all the commonly used Chinese characters goes to 的. 的 is the neutral tone, which means it's light and brief. 的. And to write 的 in the correct stroke order, it goes like this. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 So it has 8 strokes. 一共有8笔画. The first can indicate possession. For example, 你 means you, and 手 means hand. If we put the between you and hand, it becomes your hand. 你的手 Your hand. 你的手 他们 is another pronoun meaning they, and 狗 dog. So if we connect 他们 and狗with the 的 it becomes 他们的狗 meaning their dog. 他们的狗 大卫 is the Chinese translation of the name David. 大卫 and 朋友 means friend. So 大卫朋友 and we link them with the 的. This phrase becomes 大卫的朋友 David's friend. 大卫的朋友 的 also indicates possession by turning a noun or pronoun into a possessive noun. Let's look at some examples. 这只狗是他们这只狗 means this dog. 是 is 他们 they. While by itself it doesn't make much sense. This dog is they. But if we put a 的 after 他们, we turned they into theirs. 这只狗是他们的 This dog is theirs. Okay? 这只狗是他们的 And next sentence. 这只手 This hand 是 is 你 you. This hand is you. Doesn't make much sense. So how about we put a 的 after 你? It becomes 这只手是你的. This hand is yours. 这只手是你的. A second common use of 的 is that it is used after adjectives to modify nouns, or which means it's connecting an adjective with a noun. So adjective, 的 and a noun. Let's look at some examples. 干净 is an adjective meaning clean. And 手, we know, it's hand. So to say a clean hand in English, we don't need anything between the adjective 干净 and the noun 手. We just say clean hand, but it's a different case in Chinese. You need 的 in between. So we have to say 干净的手 clean hand. 干净的手. And next, 可爱 is an adjective meaning cute. And 狗 means dog. So to say a cute dog, we have to use 的 between 可爱 and 狗. 可爱的狗, a cute dog. Well, ironically, the second ranking most common 汉字 actually means one. 一 in pinyin, it looks like this. 一. What we need to pay attention about this character 一 is its pronunciations. To be more exact, its tones. When 一 is used as a numeral in sequence, such as when you're counting, it is the first flat tone. 一 as in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 第一 meaning the first tone. 第一 the first. Okay, when 一 is followed by other characters to make compound words, or when 一 is followed by a major word, otherwise called classifiers or counters. 一 has two different tones. First, when 一 is followed by a fourth falling tone. Okay, one more time. When 一 is followed by a fourth falling tone, 一 becomes the second rising tone. 一 as in 一样. See, 样 is the fourth falling tone. 一样 meaning the same. 一样. Okay, when 一 is followed by the three other tones, first tone, flat, second tone, rising, third tone, down and up, 一 becomes the fourth falling tone. As in, 一杯, 杯, first flat. 一杯 means one cup or one cup of. 一杯. And 一直, 直, second rising tone. 一直 means always. 一直. And 一起, 起, third, down and up, meaning together. 一起. The third most common 汉字 is 是. 是. This character has a few more strokes. So to write it in the correct stroke order, please watch closely. 一 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So it has 9 strokes. 是. Depending on context, 是 can be translated as am, is, or are. So they're all the same. To be is the same word in Chinese. For example, 我 I, 大卫 David. So to say I am David, we use 是. 我是大卫 I am David. 我是大卫. And 这 means this. 我的狗 my dog. And to say this is my dog, 这是我的狗，这是我的狗。他们 they 我的朋友 my friend, they are my friend in Chinese is 他们是我的朋友 they are my friend 他们是我的朋友 Okay, to negate 是 or to say am not, is not, are not, we need the next commonly used 汉字 which is 不不 has 4 simple strokes. To write it, 1, 2, 3, 4. 不 is often used before verbs to negate. For example, to say am not, is not, are not, we say 不是。我是大卫 I'm David. 我不是大卫 I'm not David. 这是我的狗。这不是我的狗 This is not my dog. Well, just like the character 一 the tones of 不 also changes. But the good thing is the tone changing rules is the same as 一 which is when followed by the fourth falling tone. 不 becomes the second rising tone as in 不是不是 And when it's followed by the 3 other tones, first, second, third, or when 不 is used alone by itself, it's the fourth falling tone, as in 不知道 meaning do not know. 知 first tone, 不知道 and 能 is can. Second rising tone, 不能 cannot. 不能 and 好 third tone good 不好 not good 不好不好 Most common 汉字 number 5 is 了 Just like 的 了 is also a neutral tone, which means it's short and brief with no tone marks on top. The itself looks like a fishing rod with a hook, and it only has 2 simple strokes, 一 and 二. Well, 了 is basically a grammatical particle with no exact English translation. First of all, 了 as a particle can indicate past events and completed actions. For example, 我 I, 洗 is a verb meaning wash, and 手 means hand. We can say 我洗手 meaning I wash hand, but if we put a 了 after the verb 洗, 我洗了手 becomes a past event. I washed my hands or I have washed my hands. 我买一只狗 I buy a dog. Well, how about we put 了 after the verb 买? 我买了一只狗 becomes I bought a dog. So this is the first major function of 了. The second major function of 了, the particle, is that 了 indicates change of status. This phrase 下雨 means to rain. Okay, if we say 下雨了, it means something different. It means it's starting to rain or it's raining now, even though there's no now 现在 anywhere in the sentence, but with the 了 here, it indicates it's changed. It's a different case now. It wasn't raining, but it is raining now. So it's in this sentence, 我们 we 不要 don't want. And if we say 我们不要了, it indicates that we wanted it. We did want it before, but now we don't want it anymore. It's a different case. It's been changed. 我们不要了。Here is a short paragraph in Chinese characters containing the 5 most commonly used Hanzi and a few phrases we introduced in this lesson. Can you try to read it? Now let's read and translate together. 我买了一只狗。I bought a dog. 我的狗是一只可爱的狗。My dog is a cute dog. 我的狗不爱干净。My dog does not like being clean. Note the bu here is in second rising tone because it's followed by I, to love or like, in fourth falling tone. 下雨了，我要去洗我的狗。It's raining now. I have to go wash my dog. 要去 means have to go or am going to. 要去。One more time all together. 我买了一只狗。我的狗是一只可爱的狗。我的狗不爱干净。下雨了，我要去洗我的狗。Want to learn Chinese fast? Get cheat sheets for all kinds of topics, travel, hobbies, love, and much more. And you will learn all of the must-know words and phrases for each. So click the link in the lesson description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get them. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. 下次见. Bye-bye. Welcome to Fun and Easy Chinese by ChineseClass101.com. Hi, 大家好，我是李英如。Hi everyone, 李英如 Li here. Have you ever come across any Chinese characters that look very much alike? Learning Chinese characters can be challenging. One of the reasons why written Chinese is so difficult to learn is that there are many characters that look the same but are actually not. One tiny stroke is enough to make a completely different Hanzi Chinese characters with totally different meanings. In this lesson, you will learn 5 sets of most confusing Chinese characters that are commonly used in daily life. Okay, here is our first pair. Both of these 2 characters look very simple with only 2 strokes, one curve on the left and one curve on the right. But if you look closely, the 2 curves are connected differently. So to write the one on the left in a proper stroke order, it goes like this. 1 and 2. And to write this one, 1 and 2. Now you can see the second stroke. This is first, this is second. The second stroke of the second character goes beyond the first stroke, while the first character doesn't. The one with the longer left curve, left stroke, it's pronounced as 人. Here it's pinyin 人. This means person. We can combine 人 with other characters to make compound words. For example, we can combine 人 with 好. 好 means good. So 好人 together means good person. 好人 好人. We can also combine 人 with the nationality to tell where someone is from. For example, 中国 means China. 中国 and 中国人 means China person or Chinese person, Chinese. 中国人. To say I'm from China, I can say 我是中国人. 我是中国人. Okay, the one on the right with the longer right curve is pronounced as 入. 入. It means to enter. For example, we can combine 入 with 口 to make the word 入口. 口 means mouth or opening. So 入口 basically is enter opening, but it translates as entrance. You may have seen this a lot on a sign. Entrance. 入口. And another common verb with 入 is 进入, which also means to enter. 进入. Now to recap, the one with the longer left curve means person, 人. The one with the longer right curve means to enter, 入. Our next pair is also made up with simple strokes. They both have a cross, sort of a cross on top, and a bottom line at the bottom, while the bottom lines are where the difference lies in. To write this one, we start writing across. One and two. Well, the third horizontal stroke, it's longer than its parallel one. So make sure the third one is longer. This one is pronounced as 土. It means dirt or earth. Or you can think of the bottom line, the last stroke, the bottom long horizontal line as the earth, with a little plant growing on top of it. A common word with 土 is this one, 土地, meaning land. 土地. Well, the next phrase or word, 土豆, is a kind of a vegetable. This vegetable grows underneath the dirt. 豆 means bean, and the kind of bean that grows under the dirt, in the earth, is otherwise known as potato. 土豆, potato. Okay, let's look at this one with a shorter bottom line. So to write it, make sure the third stroke is shorter than its parallel horizontal line in the cross. And this one is pronounced as 是. 是, the same pronunciation as in the word am is are to be, 是. While 是 refers to a certain group of people, such as 战士, meaning soldier. 战士, soldier. Well, you can think of 士 as a soldier standing upright with his hands behind the back in the at ease position. Looks kind of like 士. Okay, another group of people is 女士. 女士 is a polite way to address ladies. 女 means woman or female. So 女士 together means lady or madam. To say ladies and gentlemen in Chinese is 女士们,先生们,女士们,先生们. So to recap, the one with the longer bottom line represents the earth. So 土. The one with a shorter bottom line is a certain group of people. 是. Now moving on to the third pair. Or to see the difference of the third pair of Hanzi, you might need a magnifying glass. But I'm telling you here, the difference lies in here. Okay, let's write them separately. To write this one, we start with the horizontal line, and then we go down a little bit, then another horizontal line, and the last stroke goes between the two horizontal lines, but be careful not to close the box. So we start here, go down to the right and up like a little hook. Or to write its cousin, this one, the first two strokes are the same. 1, 2. Now we have come to the third stroke, which is the most important stroke. Remember not to go beyond this horizontal line. So we start right at the lower horizontal line, go down and to the right and up. So here is the difference, it's the last stroke. And the one on the left with the longer last stroke is pronounced as 乙. In pinyin looks like this. 乙. It means already. Well, think of this as if the damage has already been done since the last stroke has already crossed the line already. 已, a common word with 已经also means already. 已经. And when you text your friend, you may see this phrase or this compound word on your phone, 已读, telling you that your friend has already read the text. 读 means to read, and 已 already, so 已读 is already read. Alright, the one on the right with a shorter last stroke is pronounced as 己. 己 means self. Well, you can think of this 汉字 as if that you are telling yourself not to go beyond the lower horizontal line when you write this character. 己, self. And we often say 自己, oneself. 自己. We can make more phrases with 自己 by adding the pronouns, such as 你自己, yourself. 我自己, myself. 他自己, himself. Now to recap, the one with the longer last stroke, the one that has already crossed the line, is already, 已. And the one with self-control to not go beyond the line is 己, self. The next set of confusing characters actually has 3 in them. Okay, at first glance, they all look like there are 2 curved lines crossing ways with 2 horizontal lines. Well, we'll use the first one as the standard to compare. So let's write the first one together. The first one starts with a shorter horizontal line and a longer horizontal line below it, and then a left curve, a right curve. Or to write the second one, it starts out the same, short horizontal, long horizontal, and the third left curve starts beyond, above the first horizontal line, and the last stroke is the same. Okay, now let's look at the third one. First horizontal, second horizontal, third left curve, the same as the first one, but the last stroke is different. Instead of a simple curve, we go down to the right and up. So the last stroke is what differentiates the third one with the first one. Okay, the first one with nothing going beyond is pronounced as 天. 天 means sky or heaven. Well, you can think of this character, the 2 horizontal lines, as the outlines of the sky. And then there is a person. Remember this one? Person under the sky is 天. 天. We can combine 天 with 气. 天气, this compound word means weather. 天气. And this one, 天空, is another way of saying sky. 天空. While the second one that goes with the curve goes beyond the top, it's pronounced as 夫. 夫. 夫 means husband or a grown male. Well, in Chinese culture, a grown man is supposed to stand up upright and tall with his head touching the sky and with his legs and feet on the earth. That's why we need to go above the skyline to be a grown man. 丈夫 is a common everyday word to say husband. 丈夫. But notice the 夫 here has a neutral tone, which means it's brief and light. 丈夫. 丈夫 with no tone mark. So it's this word, 大夫. 大夫. 夫 is also neutral tone here. 大夫 is a way to address a doctor. 大夫 doctor. Well, some of you may have noticed that this word has another pronunciation, which is the more commonly used pronunciation. 大 meaning big. But remember, when you call a doctor, you don't say 大夫, we say 大夫. 大夫. All right. And the third character with the interesting looking right leg, it's pronounced as 无. 无 means none or do not have. Or you can think of 无 as the one, since it has a broken bad leg, it can't do anything fun. None. 无. Okay. A common word with 无 is 无法. 无法. 无法 is kind of a more formal way of saying cannot do something, incapable of doing something. When a website cannot open, you may see this on your computer. 无法打开 meaning cannot open. This website cannot open. 无法打开. So to recap, the one with the outlines of the sky, with nothing go beyond, is 天 sky. The one that goes above the sky to reach above the sky is 夫 husband or grown male. And the one with a funny looking right leg cannot have fun, so it's none. 无. But now we have come to the last set of confusing characters. This set also has 3 of them. The first one has very simple, straight, up and down, right and left lines. To write it, 1, 2, 3. Very simple, very straight. And the second one, it has a different first stroke. So instead of a left to right horizontal stroke, it has a right to left kind of a curve, and the rest 2 strokes same. The third one starts out differently. So the first stroke is first a horizontal, and then a little line pointing to the lower left. So 1, 2, this is 1 stroke. The second stroke goes down a horizontal line and go up a little bit like a little hook. And the third stroke is a long horizontal line. But the first one with 3 simple straight lines, it's pronounced, actually it has 2 pronunciations. Let's look at them here. When it's used as an adjective, meaning dry, it's the first flat and long tone. 干 meaning dry, as in 干净 干净. This word means clean. 干 means dry and 净 means clean, but together 干净 just means clean. 干净. Okay, when this word is used as a verb meaning to do, it is the 4th falling tone. 干 as in 干嘛, which is a colloquial way to say to do what, as in 你在干嘛? What are you doing? 你在干嘛? This phrase 干什么 is the same meaning as 干嘛, which is also very colloquial. So these 2 phrases are interchangeable. 干嘛? 干什么? To do what? So to say what are you doing, you can say 你在干嘛, or you can also say 你在干什么? Okay, the second character with a curve on top means 1,000. 千 1,000. Well, a side note here, this cross under the curved line is another number, meaning 10. So if we cover the top stroke, this is 10, 10. With the top curve, it means 1,000. 千 is used almost only as a numeral, a number, meaning 1,000, as in 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. But there's one exception, which is right here. 秋千 together means swing. 秋千 swing. 秋 means fall or autumn, and 千 means thousand. So somehow, fall thousand or autumn thousand together means swing. 秋千. Okay, the third character also has two pronunciations. When it's used as with the meaning that's related to son or child, it's the third tone down and up. 子 as in 子女 子女 子 here means son and 女 means daughter. So 子女 together, son, daughter is offspring. 子女. Okay, when this one is used in a noun as a suffix, a lot of noun ends with this word, this character, as in 房子 house. 房子 in this case, 子 is neutral tone, no tone mark, no stress, just brief and light. 房子 房子. Or this noun, 句子 meaning sentence. 句子. Now to recap, the one with 3 straight lines means dry or to do. When it means dry, it's the first tone. 干. When it means to do, it's the fourth tone. 干. Okay, the one with the curved line on top, with a 10 underneath the curved line is the number meaning thousand. 千. And the third one with 2 little hooks can mean a child, son, or it's a suffix in a noun. Let's do a short quiz as a review of this lesson. Try not to look at your notes. Between this one and this one, which one means person? Right, the one with the longer left curve is person. 人 人. Between this one and this one, which one means earth or dirt? Right, the one with the longer bottom stroke is earth or dirt. 土 土. Between this one and this one, which one means already? Right, the one with the stroke poking above the lower horizontal line is already. 已 已. And which one of these 3 Hanzi means none? Right, the one with a different last stroke is none. 无 无. And which one of these 3 means thousand? Right, the one with the curved top stroke is thousand. 千 千. Want to learn Chinese fast? Get cheat sheets for all kinds of topics. Travel, hobbies, love, and much more. And you will learn all of the must-know words and phrases for each. So click the link in the lesson description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get them. This is the end of this lesson. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time on ChineseClass101.com. 再见.
Welcome to Fun and Easy Chinese by ChineseClass101.com. Hi, 大家好，我是李音如. Hi everyone, Yin Li here. Learning Chinese characters, 汉字, is not an easy task. But there is a shortcut. To study Hanzi twice as fast, study their radicals and components. There are quite a few Hanzi in Chinese that are made up of copies of the same component. These Hanzi in Chinese are called 叠字, which literally means stacked character. 叠字. Well, in this lesson, you are going to learn some of the most commonly used 叠字 in everyday Chinese. Now, our first group of 叠字 is made up of this component. This component by itself is a character that's pronounced as 人. 人.
人 means person. Person. 人. For example, 好人. 好 means good. 人 is person, so 好人 is a good person. Now, in this character, we have 2人 side by side. So 2 persons side by side becomes 从. You see a person following another person is 从. So 从 means to follow. To follow. But there's another common meaning of 从, which is from. For example, in this phrase, this is a very common phrase, 从什么什么到什么什么 means from to. You can say 从什么时候到什么时候. You can use it on time. 从什么时候到什么时候. You can also use it on locations, such as 从什么地方到什么地方. 从到. This is a very basic, important phrase. Please remember this one. Now, what happens when we have 3个人, 3 persons stacked together? This 叠字 of 人, this one, is pronounced as 众. 众. 众 means crowd. Or lots of people, which is pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? 众, 3人 means a lot of people. Now, we have this compound word, 观众, which literally means watching crowds. 观众. This is often translated as viewer or audience. 观众. Now, if you like this way of learning Chinese characters, great, because I have more to show you. Now, do you know this character? Have you seen this before? This, by itself, is pronounced as 口. 口. 口 means mouth or opening. For example, when we combine 口 with 人, which is what we just learned, 人口 together makes a word which means population. 人口. Now be careful not to confuse 人口 with 入口. You see, 人 and 入 are pretty similar, but the difference is that in 人口, the left stroke is longer, but in 入口, the right stroke is longer. 入 means to enter, so 入口, you will often see it on signs, which means entrance. 入口. Now let's stack 2 mouths, 2 口, 2个口在一起变成了什么呢? What does 2口 turn into? But before we do that, I'd like to mention that when we stack or put components together to build new characters, the shapes of the components often change a little bit, so the new character, the structure of the new character will be more balanced. For example, in 吕, these 2 口s, there are 2 口s in here, but you will see that the bottom one becomes wider and flatter. So, what does this one mean? This one, first of all, is pronounced as 吕. Well, 吕 is often used as a surname, 姓, or last name, family name. Alright, now we have 3个口 in the next character. 下一个汉字，这个汉字有3个口. This one is pronounced as 品. 品. Well, 品, if you think of the 口
in this character as a box. Now we have 3 boxes stacked up together. It becomes 品, which means product or commodity. Product, as in the word 物品. 物品 means goods or item. Now, 品 can be also used as a verb, which means to savor. You're using 3 mouths to taste something, means you are taking your time to appreciate the taste and the flavor of something. So, 品 can also mean to savor. As in this compound word, 品尝. 品尝 is also to savor. Now you know this is 口. Now if I add 1 line in the middle of this character, it becomes a new character, which is 日. 日. Sorry, I made it look like a first tone, but it's a 4th tone. 日 means sun or day. Sun or day, but not Sunday. 日, such as 日出. 日 sun, 出 out. Sun out. 日出 is often translated as sunrise. Well, just as we stack up 2 口, the same structure, with 2 日 is 昌. Chang. Chang means prosperous. Prosperous. Because it's a good meaning, it's often used in names, such as names for a person, a store, or a city. As in this city, Nanchang is in the south part of China. Nan, south. Nanchang. All right. Now moving on to the 3 sons. 3个日 becomes 经. Jing. Jing can be used as an adjective, meaning bright and shiny, since we have 3个日, 3 suns shining on us. Of course, it's bright and shiny. While Jing can also be a noun, which means crystal. And this is a more everyday word for crystal, 水晶. 水晶. Now we've come to the 4th set of 叠字 with this component. This one by itself is pronounced as 木. 木 means tree or wood. Doesn't this kind of look like a tree, this character? 木, as in the word 木马. Do you know what is a 木马? 木 is wood and 马 is horse. So wood horse is a toy horse that's made of wood that rocks back and forth for kids to ride on. 木马. Now, next Hanzi has 2 moves side by side, but notice the stroke becomes a little shorter because when we combine components to make new words, some of the shapes will be changed a little bit, just as in 连, 2 moves side by side. It's pronounced as 连. So 2 trees becomes woods. Woods. So it's more than 1 tree. Woods. Now if we have 3个木, 3 moves, is it still a small woodland? No, it becomes a forest. And this character is pronounced as 森. 森. Sen means forest. And to say forest in everyday Chinese, we often use this word, 森林. 森林. Now here's a question. Can you count how many moves
are in this compound word? 一个、两个、三个、四个、五个。There are 5个木 in 森林。As a matter of fact, there are many Hanzi Chinese characters are used daily and have one repeated component. Now let's have a look of more examples. The first one is 月. 月 by itself means moon. Now we have 2 yues in this Hanzi. So 2个月亮 2 moons side by side becomes friend. So 朋 means friend. 朋 and a very common everyday word for friend is 朋友. 朋友. All right, moving on to this one. This is pronounced as 又. 又 means again. And when we have 2 yo side by side, again and again, it's pronounced as 双. 双 means pair, as in 一双手, a pair of hands. Now, this is 火. 火 means fire. 火. When we have 2 fire on top of each other, it is 炎. 炎 could mean extremely hot or inflammation. For example, this phrase 发炎 is a verb phrase that means to become inflamed or to get inflamed. 发炎. In the earliest form of Chinese script, this character, this symbol, it was used to mean meat. But nowadays, it becomes the meaning changed to dusk, which is the time period before it gets dark for the night. So when we have 2 pieces of meat together, you know, in primitive society, having 2 pieces of meat was considered a lot. So 多 means a lot. Now, here is an interesting compound word that's made with 多. 多少. We know 少 is the very opposite of 多. So 多少 literally means a lot, a few, or much, little. But when they're used together as a compound word, they're often used to ask the question, how many or how much? 多少, is it a lot or is it a little? 多少. Now the last one, 石 by itself means rock. 石. Now in this Hanzi we have 3 石, 3 rocks. So it actually means a lot of rocks. 垒. 垒. You'll often find this character 垒 in male names in the hope that this boy will grow up to be strong and tough like rocks. I hope this lesson gives a new perspective on Chinese characters. Now let's recap what we've learned in this lesson with a quiz. All right, do you remember this character? When it's used by itself, it means person, and it is pronounced as 人. 人. Okay, when 人 is used as a component, as in this character with 3 人, it means 众 means crowd. 众. All right, good job. Now, between this character and a very similar one, this character, which one means to savor? This one with 3个口, 3 mouths, is to taste, to savor. 品. Now, do you remember we mentioned a compound word in this lesson that's made up of 5 of the same component? That word is 森林, which means forest. 森林有5个木, has 5
would in this compound word. All right, last question. Well, if you see this character in a drugstore on a package of some medicine, can you guess what this medicine could be used for to treat? Inflammation. And this character is pronounced as yen. Yen. Well done. Want to learn Chinese fast? Get cheat sheets for all kinds of topics. Travel, hobbies, love, and much more. And you'll learn all of the must-know words and phrases for each. Click the link in the lesson description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get them. Well, thank you for learning Chinese characters with me on ChineseClass101.com. I'll see you next time. 再见.
First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end.
一名男子和一名女子正在说话。面试从几点开始？你找工作找得怎样了？
还不错，明天我要去面试。
真的吗？你想面试之后去喝咖啡吗？
好啊，不过面试从7点开始，所以会挺晚的。
那面试之前呢？
行，我们就4点见吧。
面试从几点开始？一名男子和一名女子正在说话。面试从几点开始？你找工作找得怎样了？
还不错，明天我要去面试。
真的吗？你想面试之后去喝咖啡吗？
好啊，不过面试从7点开始，所以会挺晚的。
那面试之前呢？
行，我们就4点见吧。
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time. How are your Chinese listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
一名男子和一名女子正在说话。女子昨天做了什么？
昨天雨下得很大，你怎么回家的？
公交车人特别多，我上不去，所以就去打车了。
所以你是打车回去的吗？
不是，当时没有空车。
啊，那你是走回去的，远吗？
没有，我走到一半，想起来我朋友家就在附近，所以我就住朋友家了。
原来是这样，你真幸运。我昨天是走回家的。
女子昨天做了什么？一名男子和一名女子正在说话。女子昨天做了什么？
昨天雨下得很大，你怎么回家的？
公交车人特别多，我上不去，所以就去打车了。
所以你是打车回去的吗？
不是，当时没有空车。
啊，那你是走回去的，远吗？
没有，我走到一半，想起来我朋友家就在附近，所以我就住朋友家了。
原来是这样，你真幸运。我昨天是走回家的。
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end.
妈妈和儿子正在说话。儿子今天做了什么？顺序是怎么样的？你写完作业了吗？
写完了，在学校写的。
打扫房间了吗？
打扫了呀，我今天很早起来，打扫了房间。
好，晚饭做好了，可以吃饭了。
我不饿，今天不吃了。
你就是想玩是吗？你得好好吃饭。
好好好，我知道了。我吃完饭可以玩吗？
可是可以，但是别玩太久。儿子今天做了什么？顺序是怎么样的？妈妈和儿子正在说话。儿子今天做了什么？顺序是怎么样的？你写完作业了吗？
写完了，在学校写的。
打扫房间了吗？
打扫了呀，我今天很早起来，打扫了房间。
好，晚饭做好了，可以吃饭了。
我不饿，今天不吃了。
你就是想玩是吗？你得好好吃饭。
好好好，我知道了。我吃完饭可以玩吗？
可是可以，但是别玩太久。
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end.
一名女子正在和图书馆的工作人员说话。女子接下来会做什么？打扰一下，我想找一本医学词典。
医学词典吗？请等一下。医学词典在4楼。
4楼怎么去？你能告诉我吗？
没问题，但是不是所有那层楼的书都可以借。
哦，是吗？
是的，3楼有复印机，如果有需要，你可以去复印。
复印，我要查很多东西，所以可能要花很长时间。
说的也是，不过附近还有一家图书馆，你可以去那里问问看。
是吗？那我先去那家，如果他们没有，我就去书店看看。女子接下来会做什么？一名女子正在和图书馆的工作人员说话。女子接下来会做什么？打扰一下，我想找一本医学词典。
医学词典吗？请等一下。医学词典在4楼。
4楼怎么去？你能告诉我吗？
没问题，但是不是所有那层楼的书都可以借。
哦，是吗？
是的，3楼有复印机，如果有需要，你可以去复印。
复印，我要查很多东西，所以可能要花很长时间。
说的也是，不过附近还有一家图书馆，你可以去那里问问看。
是吗？那我先去那家。如果他们没有，我就去书店看看。
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time. Next, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end.
一名女子正在给出租车司机指路。出租车走了哪条路线？请在这里右转。
好的。
过了咖啡店左转，然后过了银行后右转。
我知道了。
酒店会在左边。
行。
就在这儿停，谢谢。
是有绿色标识的那个大酒店吗？
是的。看见前面的车道了吗？开到那儿就好。出租车走了哪条路线？一名女子正在给出租车司机指路。出租车走了哪条路线？请在这里右转。
好的。
过了咖啡店左转，然后过了银行后右转。
我知道了。
酒店会在左边。
行。
就在这儿停，谢谢。
是有绿色标识的那个大酒店吗？
是的。看见前面的车道了吗？开到那儿就好。
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end.
一名男子和一名女子正在看健身房安排表。他们会参加哪个课程？
快看，他们连高温瑜伽课都有。
没错，太棒了。不过你看这时间，已经开始上课了。
这个呢？听说练普拉提对身体很好。
是啊，可是一节课1个半小时，我们之后就没有时间去慢跑了。选个时间短一点的吧。
好啊，这个怎么样？
看起来不错，但是我没有带泳衣。
没关系，你可以借一件。
那就选这个吧，这个时间短，我们之后还能去慢跑，做些拉伸运动。他们会参加哪个课程？一名男子和一名女子正在看健身房安排表。他们会参加哪个课程？
快看，他们连高温瑜伽课都有。
没错，太棒了。不过你看这时间，已经开始上课了。
这个呢？听说练普拉提对身体很好。
是啊，可是一节课1个半小时，我们之后就没有时间去慢跑了。选个时间短一点的吧。
好啊，这个怎么样？
看起来不错，但是我没有带泳衣。
没关系，你可以借一件。
那就选这个吧，这个时间短，我们之后还能去慢跑，做些拉伸运动。
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time.
Now that you're finished with this lesson, want to know if your Chinese skills have improved? Take our free assessment test to assess your language, discover your true learning level, and get free access to a language course for your specific level. An easy-to-follow course where you learn the real language, the everyday conversations that you'll soon have, and absorb these practical conversations just by listening along, with quick audio and video lessons from real teachers. So click the link in the description and sign up for a free lifetime account to get assessed.